other sorts, I would object to it on the basis of lack.
I'm going to overrule your objection simply because I think this statement that the witness is making is a part of the investigation to show why they took certain actions, and it's being shown as a part of the investigation. The way I'm allowing it for this purpose, it's being allowed to show that the agent received information that this Michael Dillo had an alibi and that alibi was confirmed. That's not, in my opinion, a hearsay statement being introduced. It's rather to prove the truth of the matter. It's rather showing a part of the investigation of why they moved in a different direction. So I'm going to allow that question to be asked and answered with that limitation. We won't go into what was said, but I think it can be introduced to show why he took a specific action. So, all right, bring the jury in. We'll note your objection.
Yes, sir.
Judge, would it be best if I just asked him, was he excluded as a suspect or person of interest?
As part of the investigation, there was nothing inappropriate by saying he excluded Mr. Dillo and then Mr. Clemens, if he chooses to, can ask why he was excluded and get into what actually they did to exclude him. So whether or not that was a sufficient basis for the exclusion and so forth. That can be on cross, but you're entitled to asking whether or not this Dillo individual was excluded as a suspect. So. All right, we're ready for the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for having to send you out. As I told you in my initial instructions, there will be times during this trial where I'm going to err on the side of caution to try to consider some arguments of the counsel regarding the law on a particular point outside of your presence, because sometimes things are said during that argument that might be inappropriate for you to hear. Doesn't have anything to do with the facts that you have to determine. It has to do with my ruling. So I apologize, and I'm going to tell you in advance, I'll probably have to send you out several times. So it'll give you some good exercise anyway. So, all right, Mr. Hall, you may ask.
All right, Agent Ludy, you just testified when you arrived on the scene, you discovered two persons of interest.
Yes, sir.
They were who?
Michael Dillo and Terrence Brazil, the defendant.
And through the course of your investigation, you excluded Mr. Dillo as a potential suspect.
That's correct.
I approach your honor.
You may.
Take a look at that for me. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a Tennessee Bureau of Investigation warnings as to constitutional rights. It's a Miranda waiver.
So Mr. Dillo agreed to speak with you. I mean, Mr. Brazil, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Brazil's.
Yes, sir. That's a signed Miranda form by the defendant.
And he agreed to speak with
He did.
you. And you subsequently conducted an interview with him.
I did.
Your honor, I'd like to play that right now. It's approximately 50 some odd minutes long.
50 minutes.
Maybe a little more.
All right. And it's going to be on video.
Yes, your honor. I'd also like to make this state's next exhibit.
Mark that as the next exhibit in order. Oh, I lost count a long time ago.
Where are you originally from? I'm from Minnesota. And have you lived in Stewart County for 10 years? Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
1/20/46.
And what's your social?
676. 48. 85. 0.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Phone number? Yeah. 921.
Phone number?
No.
You don't have a cell phone? Was there a cell phone that was collected with your stuff whenever you were? Okay, all right. I didn't know. I wasn't. Okay, no problem.
No.
Is this the home? Is this the landline number to the 154 Commissary Hollow Road? Okay. Before we dive into it and I go over everything that we've got, one of the things we like to do with everybody, and everybody that we talk to, I like to read them this this statement, okay? It's something that we do with everybody, okay? So I'm gonna read it to you, and then I'm gonna sign it, and I'll have you sign it, and then we'll go into it, and we'll talk, okay? All right, so, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. You need not answer any questions. If you do answer questions, your answers can be used against evidence against you in court. You have the right to consult with the lawyer before.
And you may have noticed that too. So, Mr. Crouch, we were conferring to see if that was my fault, whether the procedures that I have where we were trying to make recordings, but it is not. It's apparently the way this was dubbed on the recording that we have here. So just bear with us. It'll be a little bit of an echo in it, but I think you'll still be able to hear everything. If anybody afterwards has any questions, we'll let you know. Thank you.
During questioning, if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer questioning now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you talk with a lawyer. And so, can you read? You can read. Can you just read like that? Hang on. It's been a long night. Since I got an extra one here. You want to get, I'll just let you sign right here above where I did.
Other source, I would object to it on the basis of lack of person.
I'm going to overrule your objection simply because I think this statement that the witness is making is a part of the investigation to show why they took certain actions, and it's being shown as a part of the investigation. The way I'm allowing it for this purpose, it's being allowed to show that the agent received information that this Michael Dillo had an alibi and that alibi was confirmed. That's not, in my opinion, a hearsay statement being introduced. It's rather to prove the truth of the matter. It's rather showing a part of the investigation of why they moved in a different direction. So I'm going to allow that question to be asked and answered with that limitation. We won't go into what was said, but I think it can be introduced to show why he took a specific action. So, all right, bring the jury in. We'll note your objection.
Yes, sir.
Judge, would it be best if I just asked him, was he excluded as a suspect? Or person of
As
interest?
part of the investigation, there was nothing inappropriate by saying he excluded Mr. Dillo and then Mr. Clemens, if he chooses to, can ask why he was excluded and get into what actually they did to exclude him. So whether or not that was a sufficient basis for the exclusion and so forth. That can be on cross, but you're entitled to ask him whether or not this Dillo individual was excluded as a suspect. So. All right, we're ready for the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for having to send you out. As I told you in my initial instructions, there will be times during this trial where I'm going to err on the side of caution to try to consider some arguments of the counsel regarding the law on a particular point outside of your presence, because sometimes things are said during that argument that might be inappropriate for you to hear. Doesn't have anything to do with the facts that you have to determine. It has to do with my ruling. So I apologize, and I'm going to tell you in advance, I'll probably have to send you out several times. So it'll give you some good exercise anyway. So, all right, Mr. Hall, you may ask.
All right, Agent Ludy, you just testified when you arrived on the scene, you discovered two persons of interest.
Yes, sir.
They were who?
Michael Dillo and Terrence Brazil. Defendant.
And through the course of your investigation, you excluded Mr. Dillo as a potential suspect.
That's correct.
I approach your honor.
You may.
Take a look at that for me. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a Tennessee Bureau of Investigation warnings as to constitutional rights. It's a Miranda waiver.
So Mr. Dillo agreed to speak with you. I mean, Mr. Brazil, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Brazil's.
Yes, sir. That's a signed Miranda form by the defendant.
And he agreed to speak with
He did.
you. And you subsequently conducted an interview with him.
I did.
You know, I'd like to play that right now. It's approximately 50 some odd minutes long,
50 minutes.
maybe a little more.
Right. And it's going to be on video.
Yes, sir. I'd also like to make this state's next exhibit.
Mark that as the next exhibit in order.
Yeah, you would. That's good. And where are you originally from?
I'm from Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay. And have you lived in Stewart County for 10 years?
So
Okay,
maybe goes with,
okay. And what's your date of birth?
12046.
And what's your social?
676. 48. 85. 0.
Appreciate it.
Phone number? Yeah. 931.
Phone number? You don't have a cell phone? Was there a cell phone that was collected with your stuff whenever you were, okay, all right, I didn't know, I wasn't, okay, no problem. Is this the home, is this the landline number to the 154 Commissary Hollow Road? Okay. Before we dive into it and I go over everything that we've got, one of the things we like to do with everybody, you know, and everybody that we talk to, I like to read them this statement, okay? It's something that we do with everybody, okay? So I'm gonna read it to you and then I'm gonna sign it and I'll have you sign it and then we'll go into it and we'll talk, okay? All right, so, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. You need not answer any questions. If you do answer questions, your answers can be used against evidence against you in court. You have the right to consult with the lawyer before.
Folks, we were just trying to, there's a little bit of an echo, and you may have noticed that too. So, Mr. Crouch, we were conferring to see if that was my fault, whether the procedures that I have where we were trying to make recording, but it is not. It's apparently the way this was dubbed on the recording that we have here. So just bear with us. It'll be a little bit of an echo in it, but I think you'll still be able to hear everything. If anybody afterwards has any questions, we'll let you know. Thank you.
During questioning, if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer a question now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you talk with a lawyer. And so, can you read? You can read. Can you just read like that? Name on. It's been a long night. But since I got an extra one here. Name on it yet. I'll just let you sign right here above where I did. So you told me that you lived here about 10 years, you've been here from Minnesota. Susan, and that's, Miss Dillo is the young lady that's at the house, right? And so you met Miss Dillo in California and y'all moved here around 10 years ago. And have y'all always lived up there at the 144?
Yeah. You,
Oh, and then the rest of the time you lived at the 154. Well. So who is Miss Dilla to you? Is that, are you guys married or? October of 1995. Are you guys dating? Are y'all in an intimate relationship or?
yeah, no, I mean, we was, she was not a sexual person.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, let me ask you that, kind of run through me today about the beginning of the day, kind of, or yesterday. Today, I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning, so it's a new day, but, you know, talk to me about yesterday. In the morning.
Shop, go ahead. And, that's it. She got upset. What we do. Think this is. Yeah. As you be, you didn't know that.
We're just looking for the truth. You know, and just be honest with us about what happened. Okay. I understand. I understand. Okay. You know, we knew that.
The audible is cleared up a little bit up here as the reporter was taken out of the pocket. What did he say?
Said I stabbed her, I did the stabbing.
Tiggio, Mr.
Coming into it.
Right, I'm sure you should, I mean, the story I told her.
Well, but you know what? It takes a big man when, you know, things happen and mistakes are made and, but. Well, let me ask you then, what I'm interested in is not, we know what happened, but what I'm interested in is why did it happen? And that's what I'm hoping that you can shed some light on for me is so what happened.
So, and now I don't remember the timing or what happened, but there was a discussion. And there was a situation where the people that were there, don't ask me who they were, 'cause I couldn't tell you who they were, but the people that were there stated that this isn't here, things aren't here. I don't know how else to describe it. And the situation was that I see what's there. So figure, let me tell you a story. I'll just go. A man who was very intelligent, and he had some real power, not just little power, but real power. And he, however, got bored with being what he was and doing the things that he did. So let's just simply say that this particular man, let's say that he's a pleasure giver. That's what his function is. When he got distressed with being what he was, because he was a famous, I would assume that the power that had been boredom was not what it was, but let's say that it bored him. So he decided that he wanted to stop that particular man. He wanted to stop doing that kind of stuff. And but he couldn't just go to sleep, because in this particular operation, there were people who might want him to wake up and not be asleep. So let's assume further that this particular man, he sets up some things so people can't wake up. We call them mind tricks. Now, I can only say that this is a story because I've been with something for 30 years of not just with a stab. She had the ability to do these things, to see that, as an example, here's a Pepsi Cola can. You see it, you can touch it, it's cold. Damn, it tastes good. But there were people who could not necessarily see the things that are and things are here. But this question is, are they? So this man set up a situation where he had people help him to not be disturbed. So, yeah, this is what it started. So the point is, however, that I know how it sounds, that the they trying to figure out.
Orders together.
Okay. Trying to protect myself. So Go ahead. First time. This particular. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah.
So you stabbed.
Yeah,
And it was after you said you left that morning, yesterday morning, whenever y'all had the argument about unloading the car. And you went to the Dollar General
Yeah.
in Clarkson. Do you know which Dollar General it was?
It's very first one in the car, but that's decided.
Okay, in Woodlawn, is that right? Before you get to 101st Airborne, where the car wash is next to it? Okay. So you go in there, and do you remember what kind of chocolate you bought?
Kisses.
Hershey's Kisses? And were those the Hershey's Kisses that were laying next to the couch there in the living room? So that argument happened about unloading the vehicle, and you came back and you said you got her a card, you got her some kisses, but what was it that happened that led to the stabbing?
First of all, it was not anger. There was no anger involved. Let's go back to that.
Okay, you wanna go back to that?
We'll come back.
Okay, awesome. So what did you use to stab her? What was it that you used? And where was that knife at?
I was in the kitchen, there's a weight cabinet, and about the second shelf down there.
Did it have, what kind of handle did it have on it? Do you know? A wooden handle? Okay. Can you show me about how big or about that long there? Okay. And where is that knife at?
I have no idea. I mean, I didn't run out. Whatever.
The knife is inside the house.
Right, and the only thing I tried to hide, you know, about top of this.
Okay.
Because what happened for them to come with this fantastic thing, but surprisingly, the they did. So, and things are looking great. All of a sudden, Carson Jerome comes back to the house now. Perhaps I did it. Perhaps I didn't do it. I don't know. But anyway, I ended up back at the house.
When you say perhaps I did it, perhaps I didn't do it, what do you mean by that?
I'll come back to that question later. I know your answer. I'll come back to that later.
When you left and went to Clarksville, what time was that, around 8?
Just want to tell you that there is a receipt. There was, I could say 9.
9 o'clock, okay.
I don't think that it was, I'm going to go, I want to go, maybe go
Just a part of
your
it,
friend.
just as,
Everybody, I would, yeah.
so when you came, what time did you come back? Would you say?
Well, I would say that, however, I'm trying to take whatever time, maybe to drive from Clarksville to.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And
Pulled up back in, took the thing out of the car and put it in.
so where in the house did the stabbing happen? In the living room, was it on the couch?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was she at when the
On
sun?
the couch, and went ahead.
So I know that when the deputy responded to the house, you were already inside and you opened the door, so you saw her laying there, right?
Right.
So is that where you
That's
stabbed her at, was where she was? Okay. And so you made a comment that some certain things were supposed to happen after. Now, I'm not gonna talk about that, because I know you said you wanted to circle back to that, but when those things didn't happen, what did you do then?
I suppose I was.
Well, what did you do between, so you went to the dollar store around 9, and then you came home, gave her the kisses, and you said the stabbing happened after that. What did you do between the time that that incident occurred and when you called 9?
I got in the car.
And you left again
And no, I'm sorry, that's what you did.
after you got home? And then
No, that's right, I'm playing.
when you came home from Dollar General,
Right.
and the, as you referred to the stabbing, what happened after that? Like, what did you do between that time and when you called 9?
Oh, I got in the car, drove around and so,
Okay.
no, initially, I don't remember initially, I didn't know. Right. And, you know, Jackson.
Oh, wow, Clinton, Kentucky.
No, maybe it's not Clinton, maybe it's not Clinton. I know some.
You drove all the way to Jackson, Tennessee. You drove all the way to
Well,
West.
no, I drove all the way south and then came back
Okay.
to Jackson. And then up.
Where you just have.
See, I've taken that route once before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was, you know,
So when you got in the car and drove around, when you drove to Jackson, was Susan, she had already been stabbed at that
Yeah,
point?
yeah.
Okay. Was it still daylight at that time? Or was it starting to get?
we're driving home.
I guess when you first left,
Yeah,
it was daylight.
Did you see anybody outside whenever you got back in your car around the area, neighbors or anything like that? Did you see them? Are there any cameras do y'all have any surveillance cameras at the house or anything?
Did you make any stops? I know you said you drove to out there towards Jackson.
I made one stop, but I couldn't find a parking place. You're stopping and get something to find.
Where were you?
You dance, I guess.
Where were you going to stop at? But you couldn't find a parking spot.
Well, and listen, we're gonna ask, it's just, we ask detailed questions, you know.
But.
Okay, all right. So did you drive around because you were trying to figure out what to do because things didn't go like you thought they were going to?
All I can tell you was I started in this direction. And I had no idea where I was going. I had no idea where I would end up. I started driving. You know, things that had just happened. And think about it, 30 years. I mean, we only had one fight, but that was like 2 days earlier.
So y'all had one fight in the whole time that y'all had.
Oh, no, we've had fights, but most of the fights were the beginning fights, you know, the ones that tell these bosses.
Oh, okay.
You know, kind of stuff. But no, we've never had a bad day. I mean, I really, now, what and the body was still there. I said to myself first, how did I get back? And second, I said, oh, Jesus, there it is. Right, tell us.
Do you remember where you told them?
What did he say right there? It's a little hard to hear.
He used an explicit term. He said that I I called 911 and I gave a bullshit story.
To 911?
Yes, he said, I believe he said, I called 911 and I gave a BS story.
Was that,
Well, the sheriff thought, you were talking about, you told him a bullshit story. Do you remember what what did you tell?
I guess 911.
Yeah. Or the sheriff's office when they showed up, do you remember what you told them?
I think I mentioned Mikey, her son, she had a son, and he gets a little screwy sometimes. About 2.5 years ago, she made contact with him, and called us, and she made sorry. Go down and come up like that. He got around for, I don't know, we, and then he went up with her friends up the street. And then he called him, he got angry. Went back to Indiana.
So you mentioned Mikey to deputies that showed up. Were you trying to kind of shift the blame, like to kind of throw them off from you?
Yeah, you know, if, you know, they say, well, what did you do? Now, see, those kind of, I can't answer those kind of questions, because they're more involved than just saying, yes.
Understand? And if I ask you something that you need to elaborate more on, you tell me. I'm here because I want to hear your story. I want to know. I want to know your story. Which game? Go ahead.
When you said, I know when you came back from the store and gave her the kisses, Hershey's kisses. And I know this might be a little hard part to talk about, but the knife, where was the knife? Was it in the kitchen? Okay. Did you get was it like in the drawer or where was it? When you got the knife, when I went back in there, went back in the living room, did she say anything? Do you recall?
Now, see, the problem is that, you know, at that point, you can go ahead and
Now, go ahead. I want to hear you tell me.
I had nothing to add. I'm not gonna give, I'll tell you what I would tell you. I will tell you whether I'm innocent or guilty of whether I'm guilty of that. But I can't just answer it. So.
When you, I think you said, I'm just clarify me if I'm wrong, I think you said that she said no, she yelled your name or something like that sort.
Yes.
Was she sitting down or standing up?
Sitting down.
Okay, she was sitting down. What was she doing? What was she doing? Was she watching TV or just sitting there?
No, I don't want it.
Okay, she was.
I'm not sure. She might have been on a tablet. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do you remember where you stabbed her at?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think there were 4. I don't know. Better
Do
than
you know where were you standing in relation to where she's laying?
sitting next to her. That's it.
I mean, I walked up there and I saw, so this is the couch here, but she's over here on this side. You were sitting right next to her. Can you show me how did you stab her? Did
Like
you,
that.
so you leaned over and you were stabbing her like this?
So you were, just to clarify, so you were sitting down.
Yeah.
You came in, you can clarify if you're wrong. You came and sat down beside her. She was on your, I guess that'd be your left.
I came and put my knee up, but right now, So then I was sitting right next to where you got back here, so I didn't go from come to Chicago and check, and he sat up.
So you show me, the way I'm understanding, is this what you're talking about? Like, you show me. Okay, okay.
And then when you walked in the room with, I know you said you got the knife out of the cabinet, and when you walked in the room and sat down, did she see the knife? Did she say anything?
I sat down and told him,
As soon as she saw it.
took everything. That's it.
And that's what. When you grabbed it, when you got home with the kisses in the car, did you already know that's what you were gonna do?
Oh, no, I had no idea that, I had no idea that was gonna happen. I had no idea that was gonna happen, no. Next question.
When did you decide that you were gonna stab her?
Next question.
Did she say something? Because I know you said,
No.
did she say something that
No.
made you?
No,
Okay.
we were. No, next question.
Which hand did you stab her? Your right hand? I see your right, can I see your left hand? Or can you just one like that right there? Did you ever stab her with your left hand? Okay. Did you get any cuts on your hands when you stabbed her?
I'm guessing that goes dragon tail.
What about that? What about this one on your finger, right? Your index finger right here.
No,
So after it happened, do you remember what you did after you stabbed her? So you remember what you were wearing when that happened?
No.
Do you know what you did with the clothes that you had on at the time? The clothes that you had on when the stuff would they be, okay, you have no idea.
I mean,
Clothes, let me ask you this, so the clothes that you were wearing at the time, I guess when the stabbing happened, was that the same clothes you were wearing when you went to the dollar store and bought the kisses? You didn't change clothes between that time, or did you?
I don't think so. I don't think.
So it was the same clothes you were wearing at the dollar store?
When you say you got up and you took a shower, where'd you take a shower?
Back. With the TV room.
Would that be through the kitchen?
Yeah.
It's the TV room, that sitting area you're talking about, and would that be the adjacent bathroom connected to? Okay, fine.
Well, when this happened, there was nobody else in the house but you and Susan?
And, because again,
What animals were in the
I was
house?
down in the cat.
Whose dog was it? Was Daw's dog?
Oh, yeah, dog, yeah.
What's the dog's name?
A bit,
Little Bit? What kind of dog was it?
a bit.
Little Bit?
I don't know, even Pomeranian and.
Oh,
Shih Tzu,
okay.
no.
I thought.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify one thing, after everything happened, you took a shower, is that when you got into the?
I didn't take a shower, but let me finish. I didn't take a shower. I turned on the shower and put in half my body. And
Did you like wash off your hair?
What were you rinsing?
Like,
Okay, you were rinsing the blood off of you.
Then that's when you, at some point after that, that's when you left and were driving around? Was that
say
right?
again now.
I said after you washed the blood off your hands,
Yeah.
is that when you left?
Yeah.
And drove around for a while?
Yeah.
And you said, I know you said the thing in the mirror was going all different directions.
No, what I'm saying is that as I took different roads.
Yeah, it changes.
But obviously, yeah, so, you turn right, now I just know that it's.
I got you.
So the point that I've been making, I don't know, I know if it's south, or east, or west, I wasn't watching, and I was driving
What vehicle were you driving?
that way. She
The white SUV, is that y'all's shared vehicle or was your vehicle? Did she have a car?
doesn't drive.
Did she have any medical issues?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of medical issues did she?
She has cancer. She has,
But she has cancer as well.
yeah,
She had asthma or some.
they call terms for it. Yeah, still be okay.
Oh, okay. So you said that you were at home alone, or you two were at the house alone. After the stabbing happened, what did she do? Did she ever,
Never.
she never moved again?
No.
And I think I asked you this before, how many times you thought you stabbed her?
I that's about four,
Or-
I-
And do you know where on her body you stabbed her? I mean, I know you said you were going across that ways.
just.
You were aiming for her chest. What made you stop and stab her? When you stopped, what was it that made you stop? Did you just keep stabbing her until you believe she passed away?
I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
You mean type of medication?
Am I on medication?
I
You in the military or anything like that? You were, do you see treatment at the VA?
I did see treatment at the VA up to about 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I told them Laura that I was when, and then getting all kinds of shitty in the office every time we go to do. I was with them because here you go, it's not funny, but I had some allergies.
Okay. Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. What were you seeking treatment for? What kind of,
Not now.
well, what did you previously?
They had, come on. Schizophrenic.
Schizophrenic, is that what you're saying?
No, schizoaffective. Schizoaffective.
Okay,
You're schizophrenic, or you have schizoaffective.
were you diagnosed with that?
I believe it.
Okay, and have you been taking any medications for that?
No, I stopped taking medication whenever I do.
When you moved here, you did? Why did you stop taking the medication?
I tried to get an appointment with a psychiatrist, and at that time, go to VA, which small, I wasn't even a VA affiliation, so couldn't get an appointment with them. But then the issue was that, well,
Well, you tell me what it is.
that's what.
Okay. Since you moved here, have you attempted to seek any kind of medication or treatment for that? Where were you being treated at the VA? Was that in California? Okay. What did you do in the military?
I was what do you call a senior
Senior fire and all that?
for years.
Okay.
Which branch were you in?
Army,
How long were you in?
3.5 years.
3.5 years.
E5, 3.6.
Now honorable discharge?
Oh,
When did you get out?
55.
65? Did you serve overseas?
No. No, I am with the people.
Okay, you were stateside.
Had any, I know, so on yesterday when everything happened, did anybody else come to the house at all, or was it just you two?
I mean, that's not what I was there.
We talked about a lot, and you've been honest with us, and letting, you know,
You know, I've been honest with you in every way except the questions I can't.
I understand.
And so I can't say,
I
you know, you can delve into those.
And the questions that you've been honest about, the ones that you can answer, the stabbing and all that, you distinctly remember those, that's.
Yeah, no,
So one thing I still have a question about, and we were gonna circle back to this occasion. You need to stand up.
no,
Why did it happen? You came home and you gave her the chocolates and you gave her the card.
next question. That'll talk with me.
Okay. Yes. The one thing I feel like we gotta talk about is when you brought the dog out to you in the car. Yeah. What happened with the dog? Well, just tell me, I mean, whatever.
Next question.
Dog,
Next question.
Is the dog still alive, you know, a little bit?
I mean,
no idea.
no, they took it from.
Do you know why, what happened to the dog happened? Why did that happen?
Next question.
Was when you were in the police car, I guess, waiting, the dog was in the car a little bit, was in the car with you, is that right? Is there anybody else, anybody else get in the back seat with you, or just you a little bit? Did a little bit have any medical issue, you know?
They don't have to just involved with the,
This parking lot, was it?
yeah, but.
Is there anything else you want to tell us about? Is there anything else you can remember that we didn't ask you about?
You know, that's what I'm saying, I think you covered, there were 5 questions, I think, that I did not answer yet. And there's a reason why I'm not
And
answering
that's,
those.
we appreciate you being honest with us. As far as anything in the house, I know after everything happened, before you called the 911, did you move anything around the house? Is there anything,
Did you clean anything up or?
is there anything,
Is
is there anything that you, I'm not saying you did this, I'm just asking, is there anything you tried to conceal or, you know, keeping anybody from finding?
Is there anything in the house that we need to find?
I don't know, you were there, I didn't get back in. So I have no idea.
Did you say, and refresh my memory, did you say, do you remember where you took your clothes off at in or around the TV room?
No, I really don't.
Do you remember where the night
You know, at that point, you know, I mean, you know, I'm. Get the hell out of here. Then
When everything happened, I guess when the actual stabbing happened. Did you, at that moment, did you kind of realize what was going on, or Was it till, was it, or was it not until after the fact? You talked about that she went to the,
I understand, but
Matt,
members here in Tennessee?
do I have any family members that?
You don't think, any children or anything like that?
All right.
Are they here or were they in?
California.
You talk to them regularly? Like not at all, or?
Not at all.
how did y'all end up here in Stewart County, Tennessee, California?
Don't ask me. Wasn't our intention. We were going to Del Hollow. That was our intention. We stopped at Piney.
Campground?
Yeah, and Brother Ray, we met him, and we were in tent. Now, we're living in tent for camping is king across the country, so at that.
Does Susan have any family around here?
Oh, yeah.
Who lives around here that's?
She has a sister in Hendersonville,
Know her sister's name?
that BEST.
Same last name or different last?
Not sure, just know Vesta in Hendersonville. Does Susan have a cell phone?
No.
Does she have Vesta's number written down anywhere in the house?
I don't know.
We probably need to notify somebody.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, we're hoping that you might be able to help us.
On the phone, we got landline on the phone.
There's some numbers on there.
Yeah.
Does she have any other family members in Tennessee that you know of, other than Vesta?
I think she has a cousin. Maybe I don't know.
Okay.
And I don't think that.
Is there anybody that Susan talks to every day? I know, obviously y'all live together, but is there anybody else that she, close friends or?
No, we did in the beginning with it, but she got sick. When I got sick, we had to stop doing a lot of stuff, working and not working, but doing like a lot of yard work and stuff. And then we got the cancer. Kind of pulled back.
Where was she being treated for her cancer? Vanderbilt. Do you know what stage cancer that she had? Stage 1. Was she undergoing chemotherapy?
She didn't do chemotherapy after the last chemo scan. And she still had a little bit.
Where at on her body? Do you know where she had the cancer at? Lung cancer. Was she in pain or was she did she faint?
She had pain in her hip
Did it seem like she was suffering or
from
from the cancer from the
she had obviously she had
just look like hip problems, hip pain?
Is there, any, today, I guess, all day yesterday, did you stop and talk to anybody? And the only place that you remember going is the dollar store there in
dollar store
outside Clarksville.
Some gas station. I happened to was in UT Martin. I mean, the drive, I said before, I've taken this drive before, but
Do you have a, what did you pay for the gas station stop
I
with?
didn't.
You just stopped there?
I stopped, could not find, I couldn't get into the pump, so I just drove around, went back on the road. House. Yeah, the tanker gas.
Wow.
Good luck.
And you stayed in the same vehicle, right? You said the white SUV, that's the one you drove all day, nothing else?
I'll be sorry.
Things happen, but it's, I think it's important to understand, you know, why that happens. And I know it is an ugly story, but I'm glad that you came in here and you were upfront honest with us about it.
No money. He's trying, Susan and I love each other. Even to the last day.
Is there anybody you think we need to talk to about, anybody else we need to talk to that would know anything about today?
Oh, no, I'm home.
Did you have any friends, any close friends, anybody you talked to?
Nah, not me. In other words, we don't do Facebook, she does Facebook. I don't do Facebook.
Does you have Facebook or no? Does she have a Facebook?
Yes.
What's her Facebook? Is it just her name? It's on the tablet.
Yeah, sure have.
Did today or anything like that, did she post anything or did you get on her Facebook and post anything? Do you remember?
I don't know. I mean, that's her Facebook.
Are you familiar with how to use Facebook?
Not very. So I don't know.
Well, did you do anything else to Susan other than stab her with that knife that you talked about? Were there any guns in the house?
Oh, no. What else did I held her?
You held her?
I held her.
How did you hold her?
That was after everything had happened.
Even partially, well,
While was that?
not a question.
It seems like you really loved her. Which is what I just can't.
I just love her. She's my fucking life. 30 years, man. And no, you can't understand. Or yes, you can understand, but the point is that there's nothing that through all of this.
Tell me that one more time through all of this.
If you didn't get it, you didn't get it. So next question.
Well, you said
I'll
all
talk
of
to an
it.
attorney about that. See, look, I'm gonna tell you again, if I can't answer a question, it's because I don't know how to answer the question. Now, I'm honest with you guys. I told you the crux of the thing. I stabbed her. I think I stabbed her 5 times. I held her while I stabbed her. And she held me.
Is there any,
I mean, I've got nowhere to go.
well, I'm just, is there any, I know, not looking back, any regrets or anything about the whole situation?
Quarters, good God.
Well, that's all.
I know, I understand, but we love each other.
And it sounds, I truly believe that.
Absolutely, man. 30 years, 30 years. Odd, isn't it? But remember, I got schizoaffective, so you know that probably, but
And I'm not gonna ask you something, you don't have to answer, just, were you trying to, and this is just my theory, I'm not saying you said this, were you trying to take her pain away or anything like that? You see what I'm saying? I know she was going through cancer treatments and
Part of it,
okay.
a small part of it.
Has she ever talked to you about any of that, or
What's that?
had she ever talked about her pain, about that she was going through?
Oh. Or, I mean, if you're wondering about if I was for him, we loved each other. That. And even
Well, do you have anything else that you want to tell us? We're gonna step out here and we're gonna step out here and address a couple of things and be back with you. Okay.
Mr. Looney, there was one point in there, and it appeared that the video skipped a bit, where you asked if he was, I think, angry or mad at her when he stabbed her. Do you recall that?
At the point that the video skipped,
Yes.
I do believe I asked if he was angry at her.
Do you recall what his response was?
No.
Judge, I would like to make that statement next to exhibit.
Look at his exhibit. I'm going to leave it up and ready in case there's questions on cross-examination. Also have a juror question, but I'm going to take that up when we take a break.
Okay, I was just informed by Mr. Etheridge that our PowerPoint is also froze up, so it'll probably be a good opportunity to take a break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a mid-morning recess because our PowerPoint is apparently frozen along with every other electronic device that's not working correctly. If you will step back, I'm going to address this issue about the question that was raised. I'll have to do that outside of your presence. Thank you. All right, the question that I've been handed by one of the jurors is at approximately 3:21 to 3:22 on the video, did he say, quote, "I'm sorry," end quote? So I think it's a legitimate question, and I will allow either side to ask that question whenever we come back in. You may want to cue it up to that point and see if there is any such correlation. Anything before we take our recess?
No, you're not.
All right, we'll see if we can get that fixed and come back. You can stand in recess for about 15 minutes.
Court is back in session. Proceeding come to order.
All right, the state's still questioning this witness, is that correct?
Yes, Sean.
All right, do you want to then let me question him about that, or do you want to go ahead and finish your questions? Are you going to use any more of this video?
No, Your Honor.
Well, if you want to go ahead, it depends. I don't care how we handle it. I can go ahead and ask him that question now on behalf of the jurors, and then let him play that video. And have you reviewed it to know what he says one way or the
If
other?
we could play it again, that would be
Let's play it
preferable.
again
That
and
way
let's see what
I
it
can
says.
accurately testify to it.
Before we go into that, the state at this point is going to call rule any witnesses that are in the courtroom.
Okay, the rule has been requested, so if there is any witness outside of the parties, meaning the designated law enforcement representative and the defendant, then you must go outside of the courtroom and remain outside of the courtroom until you're called to testify. You're not to discuss the testimony of any other witness of anyone until you yourself have testified. Counsel will be under continuing duty to ensure that the rule is complied with. All right, then let's play the video and see if we can determine what, if that is.
Your Honor, could you read the question again so that I know?
At approximately 3:21 to 3:22 on video, did he say, quote, "I'm sorry," end quotes?
The white SUV, that's the one you drove all day, nothing else?
Another story.
Things happen, but I think it's important to understand why that happens. And I know it is an ugly story, but I'm glad that you came in here and you were upfront honest with us about it.
He's trying Susan and I love each other. Even if you're last.
Is there anybody you think we need to talk to about, anybody else we need to talk to that would know anything about today?
Oh, no.
Did you have any friends, any close friends, anybody you talked to?
All right, let's stop at 3:22. So the question is, did you understand what his answer was or what he said at that
I
point?
did not hear the defendant say, "I'm sorry."
In fact, I believe he repeated, I know it's an ugly story, which is what it appears to say. Judge, if you'd like, I'll just ask the question and we can replay it for the jury if you want.
That's fine. I think we need to address that the jury, this is being asked for the jurors' benefit and rather than anything else. But Mr. Clemens, do you have anything about this before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor, I agree, with General Hall. I heard it's an ugly story, isn't it? I guess that's what you're.
Then I'm gonna allow we'll bring it back in and I'm gonna repeat the question for the jury's benefit and I'm gonna allow you to ask what you want to ask, okay? Or do you want to ask the question?
Judge, I think what we're going to do is he's going to ask Agent Rooney that. We'll also replay that segment to the jury.
Right, I understand. But do you want to ask the question? I need to address the fact that this is being asked by the jurors. So I'm going to address that with the jurors when they come in and then allow you to ask the question if that's what you want to do.
That's fine,
Yeah.
or you can ask the question, we can play it. And
That's fine. We're going to play it. I'm just going to tell them this is the question that was asked. We're going to replay that segment and then you can follow up with whatever questions you want. All right, bring the jury in. I think I made it more complicated than necessary. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As I explain the process, anytime that I'm handed a question of the jurors, I have to consider it outside of your presence and discuss it with lawyers. The question was submitted to me that says at approximately 3:21 to 3:22 on the video, did he say, quote, "I'm sorry," end quote. And for that reason, we're going to allow it to replay that section of the video and let you listen to it. And then I'm going to let the state follow up with additional questions and also the defendant. Let's replay that section, please.
And you said in the same vehicle, right? You said the white SUV, that's the one you drove all day, nothing else?
Another story.
Things happen, but I think it's important to understand people behind that. And I know it is an ugly story, but I'm glad that you came in here and you were upfront and honest with us about it.
Susan and I love each other even in the last minute. Even in the last minute.
Is there anybody you think we need to talk to about, anybody else we need to talk to that would know anything about today?
Oh, no.
Did you have any friends, any close friends, anybody you talked to?
All right, Mr. Hall, you may continue your examination.
Agent Ludy, in that clip we just watched, did you hear Mr. Brazil say, "I'm sorry"?
No, I did not.
What did he say?
Sounded like it's an ugly story, isn't it?
And you repeated that right after he said whatever was in question, did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, to clarify the question and the answer that we had right before the break. There's a part that I thought may have skipped when he was responding to one of your questions about Mr. Brazil's question to Mr. Brazil about whether or not he was angry when the stabbing occurred. And his response was,
I believe he said there was no anger involved. He was not angry.
"May I approach a witness, Your Honor?"
You may.
Agent, if you would please take a look at that. Identify that.
Yes, this is a photo taken of the defendant during the interview at the sheriff's office.
Photos were collected during the interview process, and this is one of them.
That's correct.
And do you recognize those clothes from? Strike that question. We'll get there. Your Honor, I'd like to have that admitted to the state's next exhibit.
Mark is the next exhibit in order.
You recognize that photograph?
I do.
Was that taken at the same time?
Yes, sir. It was taken during the interview.
What's the significance of this photograph that you can see?
During the interview, we asked to see Mr. Brazil's hands. We saw cuts on his fingers, and this is a photo documenting the cuts that we saw on his hands.
State's next exhibit, Your Honor. Can you identify that photograph?
Yes, sir. This is another cut that we saw on the opposite hand of the one that we just looked at. That was also photographed and documented during the interview.
Okay. Next exhibit, Your Honor. Were photos collected at the crime scene?
They were.
Can you identify that one?
Yes, sir. This is a photograph of the front door of the residence.
Did you notice any signs of forced entry?
I did not.
State's next exhibit, Your Honor. Can you identify the
I think
next
we
one?
do this, let him hand it to me and I'll save you the walk. And we just let him hand it to me and I'll hand it over here. That'll be all right? Unless you need the exercise. I think it might be simpler and quicker to do it, but you hand it to me after when he makes the exhibit and I'll hand it over here.
Judge, before we proceed, just clarification. Was the photo of the doorway exhibit 49?
50.
50?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You did.
Okay, yes, this is a photo inside the kitchen of the residence at 154 Commissary Hall Road. It is on the opposite wall of the sink.
And going back to the interview that we just watched, did he describe where he got the knife from in the kitchen?
Yes, sir, he said it was a white cabinet, and he said the second shelf down.
Was there another white cabinet besides the one in this photograph that you saw in the kitchen?
Not that I recall directly.
Did he also describe it in the interview, bookshelf type cabinet?
Yes, sir. Yes, a bookshelf.
And to your knowledge, that's the only one that was in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
Stays next to exhibit, Your Honor.
New process. Look how smoothly that runs.
Can I draw your attention over here to the
Yes, sir.
screen for a moment? This is a zoomed in photo of the second shelf down. Can you tell us kind of what we're looking at there?
It appears to be like a baking dish with utensils, or to me, what it looks like is handles of knives in there.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in that photo?
Yes, sir. This is the contents from within Mr. Brazil's wallet.
After you hand them to him, you want to make each one of these. an
Yes, Your
exhibit,
Honor.
correct? Okay.
I'll say that every time if you'd like. I'm sorry.
You don't have to say it every time. We'll just assume, unless there's some reason you don't want to make an exhibit, that you tell me that.
Yes, sir. Can you tell us what's in
Okay,
that?
yes, sir. This is the cash shown in the previous photo laid out. It was $840 cash.
Next photo.
This photo, it was taken of the deceased dog inside the back seat of the Stewart County patrol car.
And was that collected the night of or the next day? Do you remember?
It was this picture was, we took photos prior to the interview and again after the interview. I can't see, one was at night, the other was during the day. I can't tell
Okay.
which, based on this photo, what point it was taken.
The next photo.
Yes, sir. This is another photo of the deceased dog in the backseat of the patrol car, hair in the seat, and a dog collar in the back passenger floorboard.
Yes. By looking at the outside of the package, you can tell what it is.
Yes, this is the dog collar that was collected in the back seat, the back passenger floorboard of the patrol car.
Okay. Yes, please. Would you open it up?
Noticed you brought your own knife.
Yes, sir.
Go to the next slide, please, Mr.
Same dog collar.
Does that appear to be the same?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to make that please next exhibit. Yes, you.
These,
First pick there.
Yes, sir. This is a photo that I took at TDI headquarters of the white Kia Sorento that was at 154 Commissary Hall Road the night of the incident.
And Paul,
This is the license, a picture of the license plate on that vehicle.
same vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the interview, he spoke about going to the Dollar General store. Part of the investigation was video collected from Dollar General,
It was.
surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to show the surveillance video. It's very short. Can we pause it right there one moment, Mr. Can you identify this person that's coming up to the door?
Appears to be the defendant.
And what is the defendant wearing at this time?
Looks like blue jeans, black shoes, and a dark blue t-shirt.
Okay, continue, Mr. Pause it one more time for me, sir. Can you tell what is being purchased here?
It appeared to be a bag of Hershey's Kisses chocolate.
And is that time, did you make sure that time stamp was correct and accurate?
Yes, sir.
And the receipt that was entered yesterday from Dollar General, do they match time?
Yes, sir. I believe the time on the receipt from yesterday was 11:01.
I'd like to make a copy of that video, stays next.
Okay, there's the next exhibit.
Part of your investigation here, did you do any time estimation? How long it would take to drive from 154 Commissary Hall Road to this particular Dollar General?
I did. The estimated time would be approximately 21 minutes from the Dollar General to 154 Commissary Hall Road.
And how did you come up with that time?
That was just a Google map search.
Also, as part of your investigation was video collected from the F&M Bank.
It was.
I'd like to play that as well for our pros and again. We stop it right there one more. I hope it doesn't mess us up. Can you identify or who does that appear to be to you?
That appears to be the defendant.
Do you recognize that clothing
Yes, sir. It appears to be the same clothing that we photographed him wearing during the interview.
during the interview? And the night you arrived on the scene, is that the same clothing that he had on?
That's the same clothing that I saw him during our first encounter at the scene.
Okay. State would like to make that next signature.
What?
As part of your investigation too, did you, collect bank records from Mr. Brazil's account at Defendant Bank?
I did. This looks like the affidavit of custodian received with those proceeds, as well as a debit sheet or a debit log of transactions for that account.
What does the transaction line show?
So the first two transactions listed at the top are the first one, or I'm sorry, we'll start with the second one. 10/19 of 2021 at 1:49 PM. Was approved withdrawal of $300. And then the second one was at 1:51 PM, withdrawal from savings at another $300, but it was an unsuccessful attempt due to it exceeding the withdrawal limits.
Okay. I've got a slide up there that's an exploded view of your second page
Yes,
there.
sir.
Is it consistent with what you're looking
It
at?
is.
Now, it looks like the first withdrawal was what time?
1:49 PM.
And was it successful
Yes, sir, it was.
for $300?
That's correct.
And then 1:51 PM?
That attempt exceeded the withdrawal limit according to the records.
And did you check with the bank or to see if their timestamp is correct?
I did. The timestamp listed on the records is actually Eastern time. So Stewart County, that would have been 12:49 PM for the first transaction.
Your Honor, I'd like to make that statement next. Let's see it. Also recall during the interview with Mr. Brazili, at one point said after it was over, he just got in his car. Did you ever attempt to corroborate his?
Yes, sir. He mentioned driving in the Jackson, Tennessee area. So as part of the investigation, I requested, we call them LPRs, but it's license plate readers. They hit query the LPRs, and we did that, and we received several hits from that day.
Okay, can you identify that?
Yes, sir. Yes, this is 4 of the LPR hits from October 19, 2021.
And those are records recorded when this vehicle passed under a camera?
Yes, they have cameras set up that record, they take photographs of license plates as they go by. And we're able to put in the license plate that we're searching for. And then if that license plate passed by that camera, then it will show a record of that. And they have those set up in different locations.
Can you tell us what the second page is there?
For the second page appears just to be a map of 3 of the LPR hits in the West Tennessee area.
So that those are places that his vehicle was spotted at certain times.
That's correct.
Like that state's next exhibit beyond it. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. This is one of the license plate reader hits in in Jackson, Tennessee.
What time is on that one?
It says 14:43:39, which would be 2:43 PM.
Okay.
This is another license plate reader hit from Henderson, Tennessee. The time on it, it's the same day, October 19, 2029. Time is 15:04:56, which would be 3:04 PM. This is another license plate reader hit in McNairy County, Tennessee. Same date, October 19th, 2021, 15:21:21 should be 3:21 p.m. Another license plate reader hit in Selmer, Tennessee. Same date, October 19th, 2021, 15:30:23, which would be 3:30 p.m. And another one in Linden, Tennessee. Same date, October 19, 2021 at 16:56, 55, which would be 4:56 p.m. Another license plate reader hit also in Linden, Tennessee, October 19, 2021 at 16:59:20, which would be 4:59 p.m.
Similar to, trying to figure out the time that it took to get there, like you did with the Dollar General. Did you do that with any of these locations?
Yes, sir.
Which ones?
I did a Google map from the ATM at the F&M Bank ATM in Dover to the first recorded license plate reader hit. And then again, from the final license plate reader hit that we got to 154 Commissary Hall.
And during the course of your investigation, you developed a timeline
Yes, sir.
of events.
Yes, sir.
You take a look at that, see if it,
Yes, sir. So, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
You want me to go through it?
Sure.
So the first bullet that we have on the timeline.
You've seen this before. correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, yes, please go through it.
The first bullet on the timeline is October 19, 2021, approximately 8 a.m. per the defendant's statement was that's around the time that they woke up. The second bullet point on the timeline is October 19, 2021 at 11:01 a.m. That was the time of the Dollar General transaction. So from there, we have listed the Google map estimated approximate drive time from the Dollar General back to the 154 Commissary Hollow Road. That was a 21-minute drive from the dollar store back to the residence. That would have, that 21 minutes after the Dollar General transaction would be 11:22 a.m. So I'm going to skip the second bottom one and go to the right one, and then I'll tie it in. But the fifth point, third at the top, was October 19, 2021, 12:49 p.m. was the ATM bank withdrawal, and approximately that from 154 Commissary Hollow Road to the F&M Bank was 19 minutes. So the second bullet point at the bottom, that is the believed time frame that the homicide would have occurred between 11:22 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. on October 19, 2021. And then falling to the final bullet point on this page, the approximate time according to Google Maps from the ATM in Dover at the F&M Bank to the first LPR hit was 1 hour and 46 minutes, approximately 2:39 p.m. And so I said 2:39 p.m. was the approximate time from the ATM to the Jackson area where the LPR hit was, and he was on the LPR reader at 2:43 p.m. So from there, the final license plate reader hit that we got at 4:59 p.m. in Linden, Tennessee, the Google Maps approximate estimated travel time from that license plate reader to the 154 Commissary Hollow where the homicide occurred was approximately 1 hour and 48 minutes with an arrival time of 6:47 p.m. And the 911, the final bullet here, the 911 call came in at 6:55.
All right, I can make those statements. I can have one more, Your Honor. Did Mr. Brazel tell you, Brazil tell you, why he went to Dollar General?
He said to buy chocolates. The way I took it was for the victim, for Miss Dillon.
Did he say why he was buying her chocolates?
I believe he said they had an argument earlier that morning, and he left the home and drove, and then he purchased chocolates and a card. That's what he said in the interview. However, according to the receipt, it was just the chocolates that he purchased.
But he made no reference to what the argument was about, or did he?
I believe the reference to the argument was something to do about unloading items out of it.
That's with Your Honor.
Mr. Clemens, you will cross-examine.
Agent Looney. I'm gonna work backwards through some of this. The last question was about, did they have an argument that morning?
Yes, sir.
If I understand right, he told you that they had an argument that morning over unloading the stuff from the SUV, related to some yard sale. Is that right?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection.
And he told her, to get her Facebook friends to come over and do it.
I do believe I recall hearing him say that.
As part of your investigation, did y'all get her Facebook messages?
Yes, sir. We did a search warrant for Ms. Dillo's Facebook.
And did she have any Facebook messages that you thought were pertinent to the case?
Pertaining to the defendant or to the case overall?
Case overall.
There was a Facebook message located in Ms. Dillo's Facebook proceeds.
Now, was the SUV, you took that into custody afterwards, right?
Yes, sir. It was collected as evidence from the home.
Had it been unloaded?
That I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I'm sorry, I may not have said yet. I was at the Stewart County Sheriff's Office conducting the interview with the defendant at the time that the violent crime response team was essentially executing the search warrant, processing the crime scene at the home. That vehicle was searched by the violent crime response team. I did not personally do a search through the vehicle.
All right. And then what happened with that vehicle since?
It was towed to the TDI crime lab for further process.
Is it still there?
It is not.
Where is it?
That vehicle was released to Anthony and Barbara Fox.
Who were they?
They were the homeowners of 154 Commissary Hollow Road.
The vehicle was released to them?
Yes, sir.
Why was that?
I was told by my supervisors at TDI and after consultation with the DA's office that vehicle was no longer needed and to return it. I was contacted by Ms. Fox and informed that a civil judgment had been issued by General Sessions of Stewart County, awarding Mr. and Mrs. Fox that vehicle.
Sounds like we don't know whether there was any stuff in the vehicle to unload. Is that right?
So when the vehicle went to the TDI lab, it was processed again.
Was there anything found in it?
Not of pertinency that I was informed of. Nothing of pertinent value to the investigation that I recall.
What was the Facebook message that you said was pertinent to the investigation?
There was a Facebook message between Michael Dillo to the victim.
What did he say?
That you want me to paraphrase it? I don't have the, if you have the Facebook message, I can read it directly off of the proceeds.
Paraphrase it and we'll correct it later if it's no good.
I'll object to hearsay.
Would appear to be-
That's when the witness testified to absolute hearsay, statement made between two people not in the courtroom.
But it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
What's the purpose of it?
Relevance, if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, what would be the relevance?
May I approach?
Well, let's just send, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out, we need to do this on the record, so it'll be easier. All right, you want to start what the relevance is?
I believe it's a threat, Your Honor, from
Well,
Michael Dillo to her.
let's ask him if he remembers it while the jury's out. Do you remember what any details about this?
I would prefer to read it directly. I would be afraid to paraphrase it.
He doesn't have a memory of it.
Can we get that for you, please?
Sure.
I have that hand.
I mean, we can make it, we can print it out. I don't have to print it.
Oh,
Mr. Clemens,
yes.
I have a copy of it I could get for you if you wish, or
Your Honor, may he be allowed to retrieve a copy of the message?
is this what you're referring to? Is this what you're referring to?
That's what I was thinking. Sir. I was about to ask him if that refreshed his recollection, Your Honor, but I realized we don't have the jury here, and I think we're still as to whether it's admissible or not.
Correct.
Can you tell us, what did he say that was pertinent to this case? Brother, he says, it's a wrap, I'll bury you both.
That's correct.
And could you tell us the context of that message, what they're discussing exactly?
They're just, the context of the message is that he's saying he received messages about how Miss Dillo had helped him and Carrie had, that she had been gone smoking crack for approximately 30 years. Not to tell anybody that she had helped him, that she owed him and his sister due to the struggle they went through. And then, as you stated, it's a wrap, I'll bury you.
Your Honor, I would be comfortable reducing it just to the threatening portion if we wanted to cut out the part about smoking crack.
Let me see.
Or to introduce the whole thing. I'm content either way.
Can I help you?
Yes, sir.
So what now?
Wife's had full surgery. She's got
So one of the jurors has a wife that's having
that had abdominal surgery, is having complications. Let's go back to the hospital.
one of our jurors, Robert Wells, has just been notified that his wife, who had just undergone some abdominal surgery, is having complications and must go to the hospital. We will necessarily have to release Mr. Wells, bring Mr. Wells in. Has he been advised of this?
No, sir, his wife is on hold right now. She. wanted
So
to
we're gonna
remain
send
on
him
hold.
home. Okay? If she need to talk to him, as soon as I release him, you let him.
Yes, sir, I believe she's wanting to remain on hold so she can speak with him and also so that he can take her where she needs to go.
Okay. Let's let him get him in here, and then we're gonna release him. We'll take him, let him talk to her on the phone, and then we'll go. Right. Good morning. We just got a phone call that your wife is on the phone and is having some issues that she feels like she needs to go back to the doctor. I'm going to let you off this jury so you can go take care of your wife, okay? If you'll go with our clerk, she's going to let you talk to your wife so she can tell you what's going on and let her know that you're on your way, okay? Just turn your badge in. Thank you for helping us out. Glad we had two alternates. Okay, so Mr. Clemens, what you're asking is to introduce just the line, I will find out, you try and contact SMBER. Again, it's a wrap, I will bury you both. That's what you're wanting to say.
I'm content with that, Your Honor. Yes.
And this is the individual that you said you have verified there was an alibi
Yes.
that was verified. Mr. Crouch, I'll hear your argument.
Judge, aside from the hearsay issue, there's also an authentication issue. We have no idea whose messages these are. There's no foundation or authentication that is based on proceeds. I mean, we have no idea who was on the other end of the keyboard at either place this time when this message was sent. So there's that. But going back to my original objection to hearsay, that statement has nothing to offer other than an accusation of truth. I mean, the defense wants to use it as a truthful statement. I'm going to bury you, but it could be received in no other way. I mean, that's absolute hearsay that's unauthenticated.
Mr. Clemens?
Your Honor, I first disagree that it's hearsay. Hearsay is for the truth of the matter asserted and implicitly implies that you're making a statement of fact and not say a prediction of the future. If I say, I think it's going to rain tomorrow, that's not a statement of fact. That's not saying there's some real thing out there that I'm describing or asking you to lie. As for authentication, I can easily lay a foundation. He interviewed Michael Dillow, and Michael Dillow admitted that he said those text messages and that he regrets it. And if Your Honor wanted me to have that as part of this hearing as to the admissibility, I can, or I'll be happy to lay that foundation in front of the jury first as to the authentication of those messages.
Well, at this point, it clearly has not been authenticated as to who this individual is, but it is a statement that is being made purportedly by Michael Dillow, but it also goes back into the history of their relationship rather than just a threat, so to speak. It has to do, as I read it, was over their discussions about her failures as a parent. And I mean, the one right above it goes on to say, that I love you, Mom, and I'm grateful for you. So I just think, my opinion is that this is not something that should be admitted because I believe it constitutes hearsay. Now, again, I think the authentication and the hearsay combined, in my opinion, make this not an issue that should be raised under this form. It would be different if you had Michael Dillo here as a witness, but then we'll have the same issue about that being an out-of-court statement that he made. But I think that would be the proper way of doing it, would be to try to introduce it through him. So I'm going to sustain the state's objection at this point because I don't believe that it meets the criteria for having been authenticated, and at this point would it constitute hearsay. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I ask merely whether she received any threatening messages over Facebook that he discovered? And not attempt to identify who from?
Was threatening. I mean, you're asking him whether or not she received threatening messages. Threatening messages would be statements made outside of the courtroom. I think the proper way of doing it would be to ask him whether or not his investigation showed there were any threatening messages or any other suspects that were developed. My understanding was there were only two suspects, the defendant and Michael Dillo, and that he eliminated Michael Dillo. But I think it would be proper to allow you to go into the scope of his investigation and to whether or not that revealed any messages or threats or anything that might have led to the development of another suspect. Do you understand my question? I'm telling you, you can do it. I'm just saying that the method by which you do it, in my opinion, would have to be in the course of the investigation. Did that lead them to do anything? You want to run through it and make sure you got it right?
Please, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The question will be this. During the course of the investigation, did you discover that she had received any threats from people besides Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
All right, then the state can explore that further if that's what they choose to do. So. All right, bring the jury in. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed that we're missing one of your members. We were advised that one of your fellow jurors received a phone call from his wife here at the courthouse that she had some abdominal surgery and was having some issues and needed to go back to the hospital. So this proves the reason why we have 14 to start this trial, and hopefully nobody else will have any other issues, but we'll be proceeding. I allowed him to go on and be discharged so that he can go take care of his wife. But we now have 13 of you. So we'll hope that nobody else has any other issues and we'll get through this trial. Thank you. Mr. Clemens, you may ask.
During the course of your investigation, did you discover that Ms. Dillo had received threats from someone other than Mr. Wilson?
I determined that Ms. Dillo did receive a message that could be perceived as a threat.
When you first arrived on October 19th at the house, Deputy, who's deputy at the time, Officer Grizzle was there, right? Now
Yes,
investigator. Was the other officer there when you first got there? Salt Kill.
He was, yes, sir.
And he briefed you, I believe, and did an initial walkthrough with you of the house, like equipment, it sounded like?
I believe so, yes. The first time that I entered the home was with the investigator Salton.
Now, Mr. Brazil was still out on the front porch at that point.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And, it seemed that he was not being treated as a person of interest at the time. Now, it had only been a few minutes, of course, before we got there. But he was not being held or arrested or anything like that.
No, sir.
After you made your investigation of the scene, could you just tell me what you yourself remember seeing, hearing, who you talked to? Don't necessarily say what other people told you, but what do you remember seeing for yourself when you first arrived?
When I first entered the home, I recall, I entered through the front door. I recall seeing Miss Dillo on the couch. It appeared she had reddish brown stain on several different parts of her body. I recall seeing a large gash on her forearm, as well as what I perceived to be puncture wounds or sharp force injuries to her chest area.
Now, you said you've been with the TBI for 6 years?
Yes, sir.
Had you investigated any homicide scenes before?
Yeah, I had been a part of of prior investigations, prior homicides.
All right. Do you know how many you had investigated prior to that?
Several.
Is this one, it looks like you're the lead on, I guess I would say.
I'm the case agent. Yes, sir.
Have you been the case agent for any prior homicides? You recall?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
Had you done many interrogations of persons of interest in these types of cases?
I've been a part of several interviews or interviews with suspects in other cases.
All right. Who was the other gentleman with you in the room during the interrogation?
Special Agent McGowan.
Is it right to call it an interrogation or an interview?
I call it an interview.
An interview. McGowan, had you worked with him before?
Yes, sir.
Do you guys go through any kind of special training on how to interview people?
We do attend interview and interrogation. They call it interview and interrogations.
At that time, had you gone through training on how to do interviews?
I had attended training on interviews.
What kind of training had you attended?
A week-long class during a Special Agent Academy.
There was there's several different styles, and there's several different teachers. Do you know which one they were teaching you at that academy?
I believe it was called cognitive interviewing is the one that I attended.
And can you run us quickly through the basics of what you're supposed to do in that type of style of interview?
Well, I would call them like the recommendations, right? Because they go through several methods are presented. But I believe the style of interviewing that was helping people to different ways of helping people recollect things that had happened. I'm trying to put it the best way that I can.
Understood. You read them, what I refer to as the Miranda rights.
Yes, sir.
It looks like there was a mix up with the paperwork. What happened there?
Watching the video, what my recollection is, I think I signed the wrong line. I signed my name on the wrong line when I signed the form. So I just grabbed another form so that it would be accurate. And we signed it on the appropriate line.
It looked like he asked you to tear up the first form, and you said you would. Did you tear it up?
I don't have it, so I would assume that I discarded it. Yes, sir. Whether that be an official document, I would assume it either went in a shredder or was.
And then that video we were watching, that's spliced together of the camera footage and then the audio footage from your pocket. Is that right?
That's correct.
It looked like about 10 minutes in, partner McGowan
Sure.
reminds you to just get it out of your pocket. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what that was, right? Was that a recorder in your pocket?
It was, yes, sir.
And it got pulled out at just the interesting moment. Right before then, my client says, he stares at you and says, "There's a lot of tension in the room," is what he sounds like. Pull out the recorder, and then do you remember what he said?
I believe he said, I'll paraphrase, something to the effect of, "I stabbed her, I did the stabbing."
That's what it sounded like. And then And then you said right after that, you said that you already knew that. Now, was that true in the sense, did you already know that he was that, or was that something you were telling him to encourage him to keep talking at that point?
More so an interview technique to build rapport and comfortable, make him comfortable to continue the interview.
How much of the investigation had, as far as at the scene there at the house, looking for towels and knives and fingerprints and such, how much of that had actually been conducted and were you informed of before you did that interview?
So I did the walkthrough at the home and identified, saw the scene for myself.
Okay.
And at that point, I stepped out and I don't recall going back in until the violent crime response team showed up.
Gotcha. Did you know that there was a knife in the sink?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew where she was, of course, you identified that. Had you had the opportunity to invest any other persons of interest for Mr. Brazil at the time you interviewed?
At that time, no.
He mentioned being schizoaffective and having not taken his meds for a couple of years. Did you know what the term schizoaffective meant?
At that, no, sir.
Have you looked it up since then?
I couldn't give you a medical term, a medical definition for schizoaffective.
I didn't actually ask for the definition. I only asked whether you looked it up. Have you looked into that since then as part of your investigation?
I believe so.
Did you ever pull his medical records to see whether he was telling the truth about that?
I did not pull his medical records.
Okay. Do you know whether anyone would check someone if they're schizoaffective to see whether they're telling the truth or not?
When you say if someone would,
In this investigation, do you know whether someone has done that?
I'm unaware.
If someone tells you, hey, I'm schizoaffective, haven't had my meds for a few years, and tells you this story about God wanting to be bored and how there's people that aren't really there, does that ever come up in your line of work much? Do you have a way of dealing with that?
When you say, do we have a way of dealing with that? Are you asking if that's a standard procedure?
If someone comes in, appears to have mental problems, does that, do you ever do a follow-up on that to see whether they really had mental problems?
I'm sure it's been done in the past.
Was it done here?
It was not done here.
The story he tells about the intelligent man who has power, real power, what did that story mean to you, Tom?
At what part in the interview are you referring to? Did he make?
It's what he describes right after he says, I stabbed her. And then you say, I already knew that. And then you ask him why. And then he says, he's going to tell you a story that he's heard about an intelligent man. Do you remember that conversation?
What I recall from the interview is asking him why that happened, and then he began to talk, and then he said, "I'll tell you a story." And he was telling a story. I wasn't really following what he was telling.
He says there's a very powerful man that's distressed. He wants to go to sleep, but he can't just go to sleep because there are people that will want to wake. Do you remember seeing that just now?
I don't recall hearing that specifically in the interview.
Are you saying that you don't recall that from your memory of what would have happened a year and a half ago? Or are you saying you don't remember seeing that just now?
Both. I don't remember in the interview him saying that specifically, and I don't recall specifically. I'm not saying he didn't say that. I just don't specifically recall hearing him make that statement.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to pull up the portion of the recording that we're talking about here? It's about 10 minutes in.
You asked Mr. Etheridge rather than me.
Mr. Etheridge, you offered to be helpful earlier. Now's the time. Can you do that for me?
We can easily.
Thank you.
Try to get it timed.
Your Honor, may I ask a couple other questions while he's looking at that? It'll be related to it. Had you watched, Had you watched the full video of everything that happened with him prior to you coming into the room?
Today,
Ever have you watched the whole video?
uh,
About an hour and a half long?
I reviewed it, but I won't testify that I have watched every single second of the time, but I have reviewed the most or all of it.
Before the portion of the interview we watched, you and your partner take the photographs of him, some of which were introduced today. Remember doing that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing him about 10 minutes on the video? This would have been before you guys came in. He's in the room alone by himself and he starts talking. You watched that portion of the video?
I do recall reviewing something. I saw him, I do recall hearing him talking in the room while no one else was in there, but I don't remember what he said.
Now, there's a two-way mirror there. Officer Grizzard described that he would have been facing in that room. Do you know, was there anyone on the other side of that mirror?
I don't believe so, and would you like for me to describe how it's laid out?
Sure.
Okay, so the interview room is the box that you see. There is a double glass window. On the other side of it is another room in there. To my knowledge, there was not anyone, I don't know, because I was not in that room, but I don't know if anyone was in that room, any other room.
After he describes that story, which we're going to play here in a second, he says, I've been with Susan 30 years. I'm not just going to stay. What did you take that to mean? Was this a clear, do you think he was trying to tell you that he had done it?
When he made that statement to me, the way I perceived that comment that he made was that there was some underlying issue that as to the reason why he stabbed the Stiller.
And I think that was one of the issues that we were going to circle back to in the interview. Remember, a couple of times you said we're going to circle back to that. When I watched that interview, I don't think you guys ever made the circle back. Is that how you took it? You never really circled back on the issue.
I believe I did circle back to my recollection towards the end, and I believe that.
Didn't he kind of refuse to answer though? That is, you circled back, but you never got the answer.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's the way I took it.
Had you seen the knife in the sink before you interviewed him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Presumably he had seen that too. Now, it sounds like he was inside the house when Officer Grizzard got there, but he was outside by the time you got there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Chip, go ahead.
From information I received preliminarily, he was inside the house at the time law enforcement arrived. When I arrived, he was sitting on the front porch.
Okay. He describes what he did, where he went that day in pretty good detail. The early parts of the morning, he says went to Dollar General, bought those Hershey's Kisses, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to verify that on camera with receipts and several pieces of evidence say he was telling the truth on that.
Yes, sir.
And you've got video and pictures of him through a variety of mechanisms after you believe that she had died, driving around out to Jackson. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, sir.
And you did this through a thing called LPRs.
Yes, sir.
Please explain what those are to me.
Okay. As I believe I mentioned earlier in my testimony, license plate, it stands for license plate readers. They are cameras that are set up, I'm assuming by the local departments in different areas of the state.
Local police departments?
I would assume that yes, sir, to my knowledge, they are.
Who owns the cameras?
I don't know that.
How do you get these photographs from these cameras?
So the way that I obtained the photographs was I made a request through our Tennessee Fusion Center at TBI, requesting a query be done of that license plate through the license plate reader cameras.
Okay. And Do you know how many cameras there are around Tennessee that do this?
I do not.
Do you know whether such a tool is available to defense lawyers?
I do not know that.
Do you know, or did you run any other license plates in this investigation through that system?
Not pertaining to this investigation.
The cuts on his hand. Do you know whether any medical personnel ever investigated what appeared to be those, what you called cuts, what I'm calling cuts? Do you know whether anybody ever medically investigated those?
I do not.
Then would you agree that the characterization of them as being cuts is not something that is certain at all?
No, sir, other than the defendant stating in his interview that he believed he sustained those cuts during the stabbing.
The cash that he got, $840, we had a picture of it, looked like. Do you know what happened to that?
In his wallet, that was seized as evidence there as part of the investigation.
And is that still being held as evidence to your knowledge?
It is.
The videos from Dollar General, the ATM camera, the LPR photos, and any other photos you've seen in this investigation of him traveling around, do any of them have a view where you can tell whether or not he is alone in the car?
I could not personally tell whether or not he was alone in the vehicle.
In the interview, he gives a couple of details. He describes it as a knife. He identifies where the butcher knife could come from. The white cabinet we saw with a whole dish full of knives. Did the knife that y'all found match a set of knives that was there at the house?
I do not recall that.
He was not able to tell you where the knife was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He was also not able to tell you where the clothes were. Is that correct?
I believe he stated that he could not immediately tell us where they were. However, whatever happened, and he didn't go out and throw the items or get rid of the items. Whatever happened was inside the house.
Now, to be fair, I think that was in response to the question about the knife, not the clothes.
Okay.
Do you disagree with me on that? That his description of it, I didn't go and hide it or anything of it, is what I recall him saying.
I believe you're correct about the knife, maybe not specifically the clothing.
So I'm leading up to my real question, which is this. To the best of your knowledge, did he provide any details about the alleged murder that you were then able to corroborate by some other piece of evidence?
Other evidence.
I want to make sure you understand this, what I'm saying. He could know that a knife was used in the stabbing, the same way Officer Griswold knew that. He walks in, he sees someone, as you said, appears to have been stabbed. There's a knife covered. That's not a piece of information that only the person who stabbed her would know. You would agree?
That one might infer that the knife in the sink was the knife used to kill Miss Dillow. Is that your?
That is exactly what I mean. Well, you would agree with that.
I would agree with that.
Can you think of any detail that you provided that would have led you to any piece of evidence that would confirm that he and he alone could have been the murderer?
So there was also the clothing near the shower that would indicate in his testimony. He advised that he took a shower prior to leaving the home after the homicide occurred. We did find blood in the shower.
He says he held her too, of course. Just because there's blood on his clothes doesn't mean that he was the murderer. There was probably some blood on you by the end of it. Did he provide any details that only the murderer could have known, to your knowledge? I think he didn't, and so maybe I'll ask the question that way. Am I correct when I say that he didn't provide any details that you were able to verify with other evidence later that only the murderer could have known?
Not to my knowledge of other, not to my knowledge of information he directly provided that could be immediately corroborated by evidence, like, so are you talking about physical evidence?
Any detail he provided that like, I can prove that, and the only way he would have known that is because of.
Only one other thing that comes to my mind is how he stated where he sat on the couch and how he sat in this Dillo. Based on what, I'm not a forensic pathologist, but based on the wounds that I saw, he stated he stabbed her in the chest area on the couch, which was consistent with what I saw at the crime scene.
I could think of a few ways that we might be able to verify such a thing. Blood spatter analysis, maybe if every wound was at the proper angle and could only have been done from a certain position. There's no evidence like that in this case that you're aware of, is there? No.
Not
blood spatter.
anything that I can testify to.
Okay. May I ask the story about the man that I wanted to play? Is that about 10 minutes in? Is that video set up? I've got. Your Honor, I believe we have that queued up. If I may play it, please.
What?
This is, we're going to start, I think, right when you pull the recorder out of your pocket. He says, we'll see here.
You know, we knew that coming into it.
But I'm sure we should, I mean, the story I told him.
Well, but you know what, it takes a big man when, you know, things happen and mistakes are made and, you know, but.
He called me. And
Well, let me ask you this, what I'm interested in is not, we know what happened, but what I'm interested in is why it happened. And that's what I'm hoping that you can shed some light on is so what happened.
So, and now I don't remember the timing or what happened, but there was a discussion and there was a situation where people that were there, don't ask me who they were, because I couldn't tell you who they were, but the people that were there and stated that this isn't here, things aren't here. I don't know how else to describe it. And the situation was that I see what's there. So let me tell you a story about this. Who was very intelligent, and he had some real power, not just real power. And he, however, got bored with being what and his function he got disgraced with being what he was because he was a thief. Boredom is not what it was, but let's say that it's bored. So he decided that he wanted to stop that particular man. He wanted to stop doing that kind of stuff. But he couldn't just go to sleep because in this particular operation, there were people who might want him to wake up and not be asleep.
What did that mean to you when you heard it for the first time? Do you recall?
And my question was, why did this happen?
Now, this is almost 3 o'clock in the morning for you
Sure.
both. He'd been presumably awake since at least 8 o'clock. You know how long you've been awake by then?
He had a right.
He had been awake since at least 8 o'clock in the morning. You were called out there that evening, I guess. You both been up all day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he seem like he had a firm and clear grasp on everything that was going on such that he could accurately tell you reality?
So like I was saying, the question was, why did this happen? So when he began talking, what I was looking for, what was within what he was saying is why this happened. He began, he said, let me tell you a story. My assumption was he was creating some type of analogy to tie in why this happened.
You don't think he literally meant that there are people there that wanted him to stay asleep? And so he has to set up mind tricks so that people can't wake him?
I wasn't sure where he was going with the story.
All right. You saw the body camera footage we watched yesterday with Officer Grizzard. And Officer Grizzard, oddly, he mentions at some point someone named Sherry. And I don't know if you noticed, but I think I pointed out that Officer Grizzard knew Sherry's last name, knew where she lived, and knew that he'd been out there. And when I asked him about it, he said, yeah, go out there. Did you investigate Sherry at all?
I did not investigate Sherry during the course of the investigation.
Do you know who she is and what her relationship is to this case?
I'm aware that Ms. Carlson was a previous girlfriend, I believe, of Michael Dillo, and that she lives somewhere near 154 Commissary Hall Road.
Did you ever talk to Grizzard about why he had to go out to their house so many times?
I may have, but off the top of my head, I don't recall what those instances were.
You heard his description yesterday, Officer Grizzard. Mr. Dillo had attacked him and Susan Dillo, pouring hot coffee onto him, hurting her leg. I noticed in one of the photographs, it looked like she had a bandage on her foot. Did you notice that?
Who was that?
Mr. Dillo.
I remember Ms. Dillo having, I believe it was an EKG sticker, or like a medical sticker that they used to check for a pulse. I believe maybe that's what I recall seeing.
Have you investigated to see whether the description of that incident is true or false?
Of coffee.
Of Michael Dillo pouring hot coffee on him and attacking his mother? Have you investigated that at all?
I interviewed Mr. Dillo, and he stated to me that there had not been any assaults on the victim or Mr. Brazil.
Mr. Brazil.
That I recall.
Mr. Brazil had a line in that video when he was being interviewed by Officer Grizzard. He was asked why they didn't call the cops on Mr. Dillo at the time. And his response was, she's not going to put her son in jail. Do you think there's a single thing that he told us in that interview that we could use to verify with any corroborating evidence as to whether he really stabbed her?
Can you rephrase your question so that I understand it correctly?
Did he reveal anything?
He being the defendant?
The defendant. anything that we could then use to go verify, corroborate through some sort of outside evidence, whether it be the testimony of another person, a video, any kind of record that would identify him as the only possible killer.
So that I understand your question, right? You're asking, is there any way that, was there any investigative techniques that could have been used or investigative activity that could have been done to verify that Mr. Brazil was the only person that could have stabbed Ms. Dillon?
Based on what he told you there, yes.
He stated in his statement that he was the only person in the house with Ms. Dillon after he said that he stabbed her and that the animals, I believe, were the only other living things in the home, and that I believe he answered a question of Mr. McGowan's that no one else came to the house.
That's a good one. He claimed that no one else had been to that house that he was aware of, and that he was the only one with her except for the animals after the stabbing. Did anyone else in the neighborhood have a camera? Did they see it themselves? Can verify? Yes, he was the only one at the house. Any outside evidence that would back up that statement?
Not to my knowledge.
I have no further questions.
Redirect. You may. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to usually try to finish with a witness before lunch. To redirect, I'm indicated, or it has been indicated, is going to be fairly lengthy. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. And again, I think Mr. Gray tells me there's a lunch across the street. So you have your lunch across the street. We're going to break to 1:15. If everybody's back a little earlier than that, then we can get started as soon as everybody's back and in place. So we'll recess for lunch until 1:15.
All right.
Apparently I lost my Zoom link. I lost the internet, so I'm having to rejoin. Yeah, you go ahead and do what you need to do. Mine's off the internet. Okay. So, okay, we're back on the record. Let me address, three issues I need to address. First is, jurors right at the lunch break, handed our bailiff a note question that says, why does the recording skip between 3:10 and 3:15? And we're gonna need, I mean, I assume that's a legitimate question that everyone will agree that needs to be addressed to the jury.
We redacted information. It talks about things that the defense would object to.
I would address that by simply letting me tell the jury that portions of that were contained information that I would rule would be inadmissible, and therefore relying upon that you all redacted that, and therefore certain portions of it are no, if there's a portion that skipped, they should not concern themselves about what is contained in that. It has to do with the legal admissibility of things rather than any facts that they need to worry about. Anybody have any question about that?
Yeah, if I pre-approved this video.
All right, so that would be something. All right, next issue. I was just brought to my attention that at one of the mid-morning breaks, it was brought to my attention at the mid-morning break, or just now, that at the mid-morning break, the bailiff at the door or the deputy at the door had an interchange with one of the jurors that he knows personally, and in a joking manner drew his service weapon out in a manner joking, apparently from what I'm told, such as, oh, I'll take care of you, or some such thing. That has been reported to apparently the superiors in the sheriff's department to address, but because it involves a juror in this case, the head bailiff, Dale, told me, I thought that it was appropriate to bring it to my attention. And because it's been brought to my attention, I feel it's necessary to bring it to your attention. It appears to me that from what I was told, there were no issues between this deputy and the individual, that they are good friends and that this was done in a joking manner. And that, in fact, I think the juror was laughing as he came up the steps. But is there anyone who wants to inquire further into this matter before we go into the trial?
No, Your Honor.
I think we're going to let the sheriff's department handle it in an administrative position. All right, having now addressed those two things, is there anything else we need to address before we bring the jury back? Then let's bring the jury on. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we broke for lunch, one of our deputies handed me a document or a note from one of you, and the question that I've been given is, why does the recording skip between 3:10 and 3:15? Part of my job is to make rulings on the admissibility of evidence. Sometimes in a conversation between people, things might be said or done that are inadmissible in a court of law under the rules that I have to enforce. As a result of that, the state and the defendant, in this case, reviewed the videotape that you have just watched and agreed that there was a portion that did not need to be included for your consideration because it contained information that I have determined would be irrelevant and inadmissible, if you understand what I'm saying. Doesn't have anything to do with this case. There's nothing in that section that you had asked about that would help you in your decision, but it is something that I have ruled as inadmissible, and for that reason, the state and the defendant approved the video that you've watched. And so that gap of 3:10 to 3:15 is a gap only because they've excluded that portion that I had deemed was inappropriate and inadmissible. So just trust that I've done the right thing and that they've done the right thing to give you the information you need to help you in your decision. All right. And with that, I believe the state is ready on the redirect examination.
Agent Lou, before we took a break for lunch, you were being questioned about cooperation of the confession from Mr. Persist. You were asked about cameras or the lack thereof footage around the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. We did an exhaustive neighborhood canvass of, I believe we went to every residence on that entire road.
Not only for cameras, but witnesses as well.
Correct.
And in your mind, we've already seen pictures of blood on a bathtub. Wouldn't that be corroboration of his story, the way he explained it to you?
I believe so.
Blood on his clothes,
I believe so.
the clothes that we've already determined are similar to the ones that he had on the video,
Yes, sir.
and the cuts on his hand. Or on his hands, especially the one with the 3 fingers that we just looked at here a little bit ago. Don't you believe that's cooperation?
I believe so.
If someone is involved in stabbing?
Yes, sir.
And as far as looking at other suspects, based on your training experience, wouldn't the live-in of a deceased person be one of the first people you look at?
Yes, sir. The live-in would be one of the first people that we would at least want to talk to in the investigation of that nature.
Or not only that, what about the last person to see the victim alive?
Absolutely.
You were also asked about whether or not you searched for any other vehicles in the LPR system and license plate.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any reason to search for any other vehicles?
No, sir.
You're also asked about, do you recall a set of knives? In the photo we looked at, what you thought to be knives, was it actually a set, a match set?
It did not appear to be. Some of them look similar to others in there, but it did not appear to be a match set. Or some of the handles that I saw appeared to be similar in characteristics.
I'll approach a witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Was that collected at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us what it is?
It's a photo of the living room where Miss Dillow was located.
All right, state's next exhibit, Your Honor, please.
What number was that?
70. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a photo of the TV room, an orange chair in the TV room with the jeans with the reddish brown stain on them laid over.
That we looked at yesterday.
That's correct.
I have one more. This one is in black and white because we might have covered it, but we could look at what you identified.
Yeah, this is the reddish brown stain in they called it bathroom two yesterday. This is the bathroom connected to the TV room. This is the reddish brown stains observed there in that bathtub.
That's next to City Your Honor, I'll pass it with us.
Mr. Clemens, you have recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there were four things that were brought up just now. Number one, cuts on his hands. We called them cuts, you called them cuts, I've called them cuts, but no doctor, medical professional, any sort of looked at those to determine how he got them.
To my knowledge, with my involvement, Mr. Brazil was not, his hands were not looked at by a medical professional. Now, when he went to the jail, I can't speak for that, but to my knowledge, no, sir.
Other neighbors. You did talk to all the other neighbors, a bunch of other neighbors, right?
Correct.
Turned out no evidence. Nobody had anything to add to the case or take away from it, right?
Yes, yeah, nothing of relevance, yes, sir.
The knife, as far as you know, it's not part of a matching set. That is, it can't be proved that it necessarily came from that cabinet. There's not even circumstantial evidence that the knife came from that house. Is that correct?
I can only infer based on the statement given by Mr. Brazil where he retrieved the knife as to where it came from.
There's not, for example, a set of 5 matching knives would have been missing out of the slump.
I did not personally observe any knives that directly match that one characteristic.
And lastly, the gentleman asked if you had run any other license plates. You said you had no other reason to check other license plates. What about your other person of interest? Did you run any license plates to try to verify anything involving him?
Mr. Dillo, was the information we were provided during our investigation was that he did not drive, nor did he have a vehicle.
He had someone else drive.
That's correct.
Did you check that guy's license plate?
I did not. I don't recall checking it.
The further questions.
Redirect.
One question. Reiterate once again, Mr. Dillo was excluded as a suspect early on.
That's correct.
That's all.
Anything further? Mr.
No, Your
Clemens?
Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stand up and have a seat. State may call your next witness.
State call, Kenny Anderson.
Everybody's right here, face clerk from sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you state your full name, please?
Senator Otto Anderson,
You spell your first and last name?
Jenneth, last name Anderson, Anderson.
And where are you currently employed?
Part-time at the Stevens County Sheriff's Office,
When did you become part-time?
November 1st,
Of what year?
last year.
And before you became part-time, where were you?
I was the jail administrator for 4 years,
4 years.
over 4 years.
Were you the jail administrator November 2021?
I think it was something like August of the year that the sheriff got elected. So
Okay. And I want to take you back to some of the duties that you have had and have now. You ever provide transport to and from the jail to the courthouse?
yes, sir.
And on a particular occasion, did you transport the defendant?
I did. I brought him up here for a preliminary hearing.
How long ago was that?
I don't know, like almost 2 years ago.
About 2 years ago?
Yeah.
And in the course of that transportation to and from, did the defendant make any statements to you?
After I put him back in the car to take him back to the jail, he made a comment, well, that's stupid. I already know what I'm charged with. I did what I did.
He said, I did what I did.
That's what he said.
Were you questioning him?
No, sir, I never questioned him. The only time I ever questioned him is if he's cold or hot or if the cops are hurting him, they'll tell me. But as far as I never asked questions about their charges or anything.
So his statement to you was spontaneous?
Yes, sir.
And he said, I did what I did.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll pass on this.
Let me cross-examine.
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down and we will discharge you from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Statement, call your next witness.
State calls Lisa Forrester.
Step right up, please, and raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that this testimony you're going to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
We state your full name for the record, please.
my name is Lisa Forrester.
You spell your name
My last name is Forster.
and where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What's your position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist supervisor in the forensic biology unit.
What is the forensic biology?
So the forensic biology unit is also called the DNA unit. So we do testing of evidence for body fluids and also DNA testing.
How do you become a scientist or agent working in forensic biology?
So I have a bachelor's degree in biology from LaGrange College. I also have a master's degree in forensic science from Marshall University. I completed about 15-month training program and then performed testing on a mock case and did a mock trial before I was then signed off to do casework on my own.
You said you have a master's in science, forensic science.
Yes, sir.
You also have a bachelor of science in biology.
Yes, sir.
Are those two things required to become a forensic scientist?
A master's degree is not required, but a bachelor's degree in a natural science is required. In forensic biology specifically, there are other classes that the FBI requires us to take, and I've taken all of those classes as well.
What other requirements are there to begin testing, observing DNA?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, what else do you have to do to become qualified to be a TBI scientist? Anything?
Not sure. I mean, we have our training program that we have to complete as well as the educational requirements. Throughout our time as a scientist, we also have to complete 8 hours of continuing education each year, and that's something that's required by the FBI.
When you're first hired by the TBI, do you work alongside other scientists before you are released to be an independent analyst?
I do. That's part of the training program, is working with scientists that are already trained. They're court qualified analysts. So I work side by side with them under their supervision.
Your Honor, I think we have stipulated to
Yes, Your Honor.
Curricular item.
move that as the next exhibit, which would be CV, Agent Forrester. Before I go any further, Agent Forrester, we have two laterals. One is under previous name, is that correct?
It is, yes.
What would that be?
Let me interrupt you for a second. Any objection to her being qualified as an expert in forensic biology?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
My previous last name was Berge, and that's spelled B-U-R-G-E.
First thing I'm gonna do is ask you to just generally explain what DNA is to the jury.
So DNA is a chemical that's contained in the cells of your body. It tells your body how to operate. And you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And that's what makes you unique. In forensics specifically, what I do is I test the areas that differ from person to person, with the only exception being identical twins.
And in this particular case, how are you involved?
I perform the, what's called serology, and that's testing for body fluids, as well as the DNA testing.
How do you receive items that will be tested?
So the items are submitted to the lab through the evidence receiving unit. Then the case is assigned to me, and I then will get those items from the vault at the evidence receiving unit when they come into my possession and stay in my personal storage.
How many times have you previously testified as an expert in forensic biology
I believe it's been 24 times now.
in the state of Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And the judge has already acknowledged that you are now qualified as an expert.
I may have jumped ahead of you, I'm sorry, but
Quite all right, Judge. So in this particular case, again, I've already referenced, we're going to talk about two different lab reports. Did you go into the field to assist the VCRT unit?
No, I did not.
So everything you tested was brought to the laboratory by someone else that was working in the field.
That's correct, yes.
And first, I want to turn your attention to the lab report that was issued on July the 24th of 2022.
Okay.
Let me know when you have.
I got it.
You've already heard testimony about Agent Bramlage about how things are identified and marked at the crime scene. There's been references to markers and exhibits. I'm going to be questioning you about TBI exhibits.
Okay.
First, we have exhibit 002A, which is the swab marker number 154, Commissary Hollywood.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
So these were two swabs that were collected from that marker number. I tested these two swabs for the possible presence of blood because there was reddish brown staining on those swabs. So the first test that I performed was a chemical color change test to test for the presence of blood. It was positive. So then I performed a second color change test to test for the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. It was positive as well. Then after that, I chose to perform DNA testing on that sample. And the DNA profile that I obtained matched Susan Dillow.
And when you are creating a profile, in this case, for Mrs. Dillow, how do you know for sure it's her? Is there a comparison or a statistical number that shows that it's Susan Dillow's DNA?
Okay, so anytime I have a DNA profile from an item of evidence, I also have what are called standards that are submitted, and those are samples collected from a known individual to be used as their standard. So I generate a DNA profile from that standard, which can then be used to compare to any unknown profiles. So once I generated the unknown profile from that evidence sample, I compared it to the standard of Susan Dillow and determined that it matched. And then at that point, I have to give a statistical weight to that match to basically tell you the strength of that match, which I did.
And what was the strength of that match for this example?
So the probability of randomly selecting a unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
And I've referred to this as TBI exhibit 002A. Do you have any further identifiers in your notes as to where exhibit 002A was collected?
It was collected from marker number 1.
Do you know what marker number 1 is?
I do not.
Next is exhibit 002B.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Other swabs of marker number 13-1 from 154 Commissary Hollow Road.
And what were the results of testing marker 13-1?
So I did test those swabs for the presence of blood as well. The initial chemical color change test did test positive for blood. Then the second test for human hemoglobin also tested positive. Then I did perform DNA testing on that item, and the DNA profile that was obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. However, the major contributor profile matched Susan Dillow. The minor contributor profile was very limited, so that interpretation for that profile was inconclusive. So essentially what a mixture means is there's more than one person contributing to that DNA profile. So in this situation, there was at least 2 people.
Next, I will refer your attention to TBI Exhibit 002I. Those are swabs of the kitchen sink. I'm sorry, swabs of marker number 14 from 154's commissary hall.
Yes, sir.
And what were the results of those tests?
So the initial test for blood that I performed was positive. I did not do the second test for human hemoglobin because there was a limited sample. So I have that discretion if there's not enough sample to perform that second test to skip that test and take that sample forward to DNA testing, which I did. And then the DNA profile that I obtained matched Susan Dillow.
Next, 002J, swabs of the kitchen sink of 154 Commissary Hollow Road.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
What were the results?
The test that I performed, the presumptive chemical color change test, did not indicate the presence of blood for those swabs.
And I ask you about this particular one because it did not indicate the presence of blood. How do you distinguish what the jury's going to hear scenarios where it was human hemoglobin and in this case was not? What test is that?
So I do 2 color change tests to determine if there's blood or not. One changes a pink color and the other one changes a blue-green color. And I have to have both of those test positive or color change to then be able to say that blood is present. It's not specifically testing for human blood. That's what that second test is for, to test for human hemoglobin. But it is saying that blood is present. There are potential false positives for that test, which is why we then do further testing in the lab.
So if you do the initial test, there's not a presence of blood, you don't go any further.
That's correct.
Next, let's go to exhibit 002K, which is a swab of a container near the sink of 150 commissary.
Yes, sir.
Did you test that?
I did, yes.
And what were the results?
The presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. The testing for the human hemoglobin was not performed due to limited sample. I then took that forward to DNA testing, and the DNA profile that I obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile, or the person that was contributing more DNA to that profile, was consistent with Susan Dillow. But due to the limited minor profile that was obtained, interpretation of that minor profile was inconclusive.
We've heard now a couple of times that there have been mixtures of profiles. What is that?
It just means that more than one person is contributing DNA to that sample. So essentially, as DNA testing has become more and more sensitive, mixtures have become more and more common. Because the testing is so sensitive that we can pick up DNA from a very small amount of cells that might be present in the sample. So when I say that there's a mixture, it means that there's more than one person that's contributing to that DNA profile. Sometimes it might be 2 people, sometimes it might be 3 people, sometimes you can't exactly tell how many people because there's so many potential peaks that are there in the DNA profile. But that's what a mixture means.
And on this particular exhibit, the container near the sink, the result says due to the limited minor profile obtained, the minor profile is inconclusive. Does that mean there's just too little DNA sample there for you to create a profile?
Basically, I have certain qualifications that a profile must meet in order for me to be able to use it for comparison purposes and to be able to compare it to other standards. And that portion of the profile was not enough information to be able to compare to standards to be able to say if someone was included in that profile.
Next, I will refer you to exhibit 005A, couch arm cover. And in that, we have, looks like a couple of different testings that were done from the couch arm cover, is that correct?
There was a stain that I tested for that exhibit.
And what was the result of that test?
So I tested that stain for blood, and presumptive testing did indicate the presence of blood. And then I also did that second test for human hemoglobin, and it was positive for the presence of human hemoglobin. The profile or the sample was then taken forward to DNA testing, and the DNA profile that I obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile was consistent with Susan Dillo, and due to the limited minor profile that was obtained, interpretation for that minor profile was inconclusive.
Now referring to exhibit 007A knife. Did you test the knife?
I did, yeah.
What was the result?
So there was a stain on the knife, a stain of reddish brown staining at the base of the blade of the knife, and so that is what I tested. And I tested that for the possible presence of blood, and it did test positive for both blood and human hemoglobin. Then I took that forward to DNA testing, and the DNA profile obtained matched Susan Dillo.
Next, exhibit 008A, genes belt. Did you perform testing on these genes belt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you find?
So I did 2 different things with the genes. The first thing that I did was I tested an area of reddish brown staining that was on the left thigh of those genes. That did test positive for blood and also tested positive for human hemoglobin. The DNA profile that I obtained matched Susan Dillo. And then the second thing that I did to those genes was I swabbed the inside of the waistband. And the purpose of doing that was to pick up any skin cells that might have been left behind from someone that was wearing those genes. So once I took that sample forward to DNA testing, the DNA profile that I obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Terrence Brazil, and due to the limited minor profile that was obtained, the minor profile was inconclusive.
I want to make sure we're clear on how these genes were tested. 2 different areas were tested.
Yes, sir.
One, the first you testified about was stain on the left thigh.
Yes,
Is
sir.
it on the outside of the genes?
It was, yes.
And that had Susan Dillon's DNA.
It did, yes.
And that DNA was from the RBS stain, which was human blood.
It was, yes, in my opinion.
And then going to the inside of the waistband, testified that Mr. Brazil's DNA was identified.
Yes, it was.
Now, you also mentioned skin cells. So on the inside of the waistband, were you looking for blood or were you swabbing to pick up any DNA material?
So I did not notice any areas of reddish brown staining on the waistband, and the intention of me swabbing the inside of the waistband was to pick up any skin cells that might have been present from someone wearing those jeans in order to identify who may have worn those jeans.
And in that case, in this case, it's the defendant, Mr. Brazil.
It was, yes.
So just briefly, stepping aside from these genes, you're looking in some cases at blood or reddish brown staining, and in some cases, you're just swabbing with genetic material. Is there a difference in the testing? Like if you're testing blood versus skin cells, what's the difference?
So testing for what's called touch DNA or rare DNA, which is swabbing an item for skin cells, that's a little bit more challenging because there's no visual stain that you can see. You don't really know how much sample is there. So when you swab an item, you might pick up enough cellular material to make an identification and to create a DNA profile through the process. But sometimes there's not enough cells that are present when you swab an item to then get a DNA profile after you do the DNA testing.
Next, we'll go to exhibit 009. Did you test that?
I did, yes.
What were the results?
So this was a towel, which was from what was labeled as bathroom number 2. And there was a stain on this towel that I had tested for blood. It was positive for blood and was also did indicate the presence of human hemoglobin. The DNA profile that I obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor matched Susan Dillow, and the minor profile was inconclusive due to the limited amount.
Next, we'll refer you to exhibit 014A. Did you test a washcloth from shower and bathroom too?
Yes, sir.
That's exhibit 014A.
Yes, sir.
And what were the results?
For this exhibit, I tested a couple different things. For one side of the exhibit, it did indicate the possible presence of blood. However, I could never localize any sort of stain or determine where that positive reaction was coming from. And however, from the second side of the washcloth, there was a visible stain that I tested. It did test positive for blood. I did not perform the second test for human hemoglobin because there was such a limited sample. But then I did take a cutting forward to DNA testing. However, when I did the DNA testing, I got a limited DNA profile, which did include at least 1 male. However, due to the limited information, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Exhibit 15A. What is that exhibit?
That is a canvas print from 154 Commissary Hollow Road.
What was the result?
There was a stain near the front right side of the canvas print that I tested. It was an area of reddish brown staining. It was positive for the presence of blood. The second test for human hemoglobin was not performed because of the limited sample. When I took it forward to DNA testing, the DNA profile that I obtained matched Terrence Brazil.
Let's talk a little bit more about it. In this particular test, we're talking about a piece of canvas print. It's collected at the crime scene, submitted to the lab. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You found blood on this canvas print.
Yes, sir.
And it was from that blood you extracted DNA. of the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now let's go to exhibit 16A, which is a couch arm cover from living room 154 Commissary Hollow.
Yes, sir.
Now, is that a separate couch arm cover that exhibit 005A?
It is. There were 2 different couch arm covers that were submitted. It appeared that they were a similar fabric, but there were 2 different ones.
And I want to make sure we are distinguishing 2 separate couch arm covers.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you found on 16A.
There was a stained area of reddish brown staining that I tested. It did indicate the presence of blood. I did not perform the second test for human hemoglobin. For the DNA testing that I then performed, the DNA profile that I obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile was consistent with Michael Dillow. The limited minor profile was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Okay, thank you. Next, I will go to exhibit 25A. And what is exhibit 25A?
25A are the right-hand fingernail clippings from Susan Dillow.
And what were the results of those tests?
So the fingernail clippings had reddish brown staining underneath them. What I did was I swabbed underneath the fingernail clippings, and my swab did have reddish brown staining, so I did test that for blood. Presumptive testing did indicate the presence of blood. However, I did not test for human hemoglobin due to the limited sample. I then took that forward to DNA testing, and the DNA profile that I obtained was Susan Dillow.
Is that unexpected?
It's not. It's pretty common, especially on fingernail clippings, to get the owner of those fingernail clippings on the DNA testing that is then performed.
I mean, in very basic terms, Miss Dillow's DNA is expected to be found on her own fingernails underneath.
It is, yeah, that's pretty common. Any sort of swab or sampling that is taken from someone's body, you do expect to find their DNA on their own body.
And Agent, can you identify this document, please?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July 24th of 2022.
That's an accurate copy of the July 24th, 22.
It appears to be, yes.
We'll move that as the next exhibit. Now, Agent, let me refer you to your lab report that was issued April the 11th of 2023.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to see some exhibits in this lab report that appear to have already been tested previously. Why is that?
So what YSPR testing is that's male specific DNA testing. So what that's looking at is DNA from the Y chromosome that males have in their body. During the DNA testing process, one of the steps that I take the sample through is a step to determine how much DNA is in that sample. And part of that process is also will tell me how much male DNA is present in that sample. So for these items, all of these had male DNA present in the sample that I was then went and performed YSTR testing on, which is specifically looking at that male DNA. So this is very helpful testing if you have a lot of female DNA present, because essentially this testing ignores any female DNA and only looks at male DNA that's in the sample.
And I think you called it YSTR, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that that's an abbreviation for something?
It's basically just saying that it's DNA from the Y chromosome.
What is the Y chromosome?
The Y chromosome is one of the chromosomes. For a female, you have two X chromosomes, and for a male, you have an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. So this is essentially what makes you a man, is having this Y chromosome that you get from your father.
So in this series of testing, you're only looking at Y chromosome present in these exhibits that have been provided to the lab.
That's correct. We're looking at the DNA from different areas of the Y chromosome.
Let's start with exhibit 002A, swab of marker number 154, commissary hollow.
Yes, sir.
What was the result?
So after I performed the initial traditional DNA testing, I took that sample and did the YSDR testing on it. And the partial YSDR profile that was obtained was consistent with Terence Brazil. Therefore, Terence Brazil cannot be excluded as the source of this male DNA profile. And barring a mutation, neither can any of his paternal male relatives. So essentially, the Y chromosome is a little different. It's not unique to each individual. So every male is going to have the same chromosome as the male relatives in their family, unless there's been some sort of mutation in the DNA.
All right. So the jury has already seen an exhibit of marker number 1, which was a drop of RBS on this rug in the living room. Okay.
Okay.
Now they've heard testimony from you, 2 separate tests that were performed on this drop RBS blood. And you testified in the previous lab report that Susan Dillo's DNA was in marker number 1. And on this lab report, we have the defendant.
Yes, sir.
How is that possible? What does that mean to us?
So I can tell you that it did test positive for blood. And then it was also the traditional DNA testing that I performed did match Susan Dillo, but I did notice that there was male DNA that was present in the sample. So in this situation, I believe that there was so much of that female DNA present in the sample that I could not see any of the male DNA profile. So that's why I did this YSTR testing to isolate just that male DNA. And the partial YSTR profile that I obtained was consistent with Terence Brazil.
So in kind of layman's terms, how in this drop of blood that we can see on this carpet, how do 2 different people's DNA get in?
There can be a variety of reasons. There was blood present. In my opinion, there was the blood present from at least Susan Dillo. I cannot tell specifically if the DNA from Terrence Brazil came from blood or if it came from some other form of DNA such as sweat or saliva, or even skin cells perhaps. I can't say for sure, but it did test positive for blood, and Susan Dillo's profile was there, and then Terrence Brazil's YSTR profile was there.
Is it fair to say what we know is Ms. Dillo, the defendant's DNA is mixed and ended up in this blood on the floor?
I would say that would be accurate.
Thank you. Next, let's talk about exhibit 002B, a swab of marker 13-1 in commissary Hollow Road. Did you test that?
I did, yes.
And what was the test result?
The partial YSTR profile that I obtained was consistent with Terrence Brazil. Therefore, Terrence Brazil, and unless there's been a mutation, he cannot be excluded as the source of that male DNA profile, and neither can any of his paternal male relatives.
Right. Now, you've already testified that you don't know where marker 13 was. The jury has seen this. We can go back to that later. 13-1 has Terrence Brazil's DNA, and it has Susan Dillo's DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So the first lab report, I believe you testified, this particular marker, which is 002A, or I'm sorry, 2B is the exhibit number, has Susan Dillo's DNA. And now on this one, we have the DNA of the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Same explanation for the mixture.
Correct. There was the traditional DNA profile that I obtained was a mixture already. Susan Dillo was the person contributing the most DNA to that sample, but I couldn't interpret who the other contributors were. So that's why I did YSTR testing. And then I developed a partial YSTR profile that was consistent with Terrence Brazil. So his DNA was also present on those swabs that were collected.
And before we move further, let's go back to 002A for just a moment.
Okay.
Not only did you find the defendant's DNA, but you were able to exclude some. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Who did you exclude?
For the YSTR, the partial YSTR profile, Michael Dillo was excluded as the source of that male DNA profile.
And then going back to exhibit 002B, which is marker 13-1, did you exclude anyone in that serial?
I also excluded Michael Dillo.
Thank you. Let's go to 002K. Exhibit 002K. Was testing performed there?
It was, yes.
And what was the result?
The partial YSTR profile that I obtained was consistent with Terrence Brazil. Therefore, Terrence Brazil could not be excluded as the source of that male DNA profile, and barring a mutation, neither can any of his paternal male relatives.
In this particular exhibit 002K is labeled as a swab of container near the sink.
Yes, sir.
And is this the same exhibit that you tested in the previous lab report?
It is, yes.
So here again, we have a mixture of both the defendant and Ms. Dillo.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 005A. Did you test that?
I did. That was the stain from one of the couch arm covers.
And what was the result?
So the YSTR profile that I obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 males. However, due to the number of contributors that were present, I could not make any conclusions about the inclusion of Michael Dillo or Terrence Brazil. Because it was a mixture, I could not tell or interpret whether or not either one of those were contributors to that.
Exhibit 007A, knife,
Yes, sir.
was that tested?
It was that same sample from the stain from the base of the blade. Did have some male DNA present when I did the initial testing. I did take that forward for YSTR testing, and I got very limited information. I only got information of one area that I test for. So because of that limited information, I did not make any sort of comparisons.
Next, we have a stain on left thigh, which is 008 exhibit.
8A?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were the results?
So these were the genes that I tested, and this was that stain on the left thigh that, tested positive for blood. And there was male DNA present in that sample. So when I did the YSR testing, the partial YSR profile that I obtained was consistent with Terrence Brazil. Therefore, Terrence Brazil and neither, any of his male paternal relatives cannot be excluded from that profile unless there's been a mutation.
And again, just to clarify, in the previous lab, you found Susan Dillo's DNA thigh of the genes, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And now we see that there's also the defendant's DNA in this same sample.
There was, yes.
Going on down in the same exhibit 8A, were you able to exclude him?
I was able to exclude Michael Dillo as the source of that male DNA profile.
009A, a towel from bathroom 2. Did you test that?
Yes, sir.
What were the results?
So for stain number 1, the partial YSR profile that I obtained was consistent with Terrence Brazil. And again, neither Terrence Brazil or any of his male paternal relatives could be excluded.
And did you exclude him?
I was able to exclude Michael Dillo from that DNA profile.
Exhibit 014A, a washcloth from bathroom 2.
Yes, sir.
What were the results of that test?
So I had a limited YSR profile, and that limited profile was only of exclusionary value. So I couldn't necessarily say that someone was included in that DNA profile, but I could say that someone was not included or excluded from it. In this case, Michael Dillo was excluded as a contributor to that limited profile. However, I could not do any further interpretation regarding Terrence Brazil, and that interpretation was inconclusive.
Thank you. Exhibit 025A, the right hand fingernail clippings, Susan Dillo. Did you test those?
I did, yes.
And what were the results?
The partial YSR profile that I obtained was consistent with Terrence Brazil. And therefore, Terrence Brazil cannot be excluded, and barring a mutation, neither can any of his paternal male relatives.
So in your opinion, as the expert on DNA, you've already testified about Susan Dillo's fingernail clippings. Her DNA was there, which is expected. But in this test, you found the defendant's DNA on the fingernail clippings of Ms. Susan Dillo.
In my opinion, yes.
25B, left-hand fingernail clippings from Ms. Susan Dillo.
So the left-hand fingernail clippings were also tested for the male DNA as well. The YSR profile that I obtained matched Terrence Brazil. Again, unless there's been some sort of mutation, his paternal male relatives cannot be excluded either. I was able to exclude Michael Dillo from that male DNA profile.
You excluded Michael Dillo from left-hand fingernail clippings. Did you exclude Michael Dillo from the right-hand?
I did, yes.
So he was excluded from both of those exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Now, Agent, I would ask you to identify this document, please.
Appears to be a copy of my report from April 11th of 2023.
Move that as the next exhibit.
Exhibit next one.
Okay, Agent, you've already testified to the results of all the tests, of all the exhibits that were submitted. We've heard testimony or testing of marker 1, which was 13-1. I'm sorry, marker 1 before here. We've seen 2 lab reports. This is what I'm referring to as the drop of blood on this carpet.
Okay.
And in your opinion, the defendant's blood and Ms. Dillo's blood are in this drop of blood on the carpet.
I cannot testify whether the DNA from Terrence Brazil came from blood. In my opinion, yes, there was blood present, and Susan Dillow's blood was the primary source there. But whether or not Terrence Brazil's DNA came from blood or some other body fluid or skin cells, I cannot say for sure.
And I posed that question incorrectly. I should have said, is Terrence Brazil's DNA in the sampling?
Yes, his DNA was on the swabs that also had Susan Dillow's DNA.
So for marker number 1 that we're seeing on the screen, the defendant's blood, the defendant's DNA and Ms. Dillow's DNA are both present.
Yes, sir.
Next exhibit. Or next photo, please. And agent, you've already testified about the genes that were tested, and this photograph has already been moved as an exhibit. Is your testimony that the defendant's DNA and Ms. Dillow's DNA were found on the exterior thigh of these jeans?
I did take a cutting from the thigh of those jeans because I took a cutting and that went through both the inside and the outside. I can't say for sure that the DNA was on the outside of those jeans. It was from the same sampling that had Susan Dillow's blood on that area, but I can't say for sure if it was from the inside of the jeans or from the outside.
Okay, so you cut out a section of the jeans. And you cut that out because you saw what appeared to be blood staining.
Yes, sir. It tested positive for blood.
And in that sampling that you cut out of these jeans, you found the defendant's DNA and Ms. Dillow's.
Yes, sir.
And also on the same pair of jeans, you did a swab of the interior waistband. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And that result was of the defendant's DNA.
It was. Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Lemons?
Yes, sir. I'm Wayne Clemens, attorney for the defense. I want to ask about some of these items. I'm going to use the names of the items, not the reference numbers.
Okay.
If I get confused, please correct me.
Yes, sir.
The jeans,
Yes, sir.
blood on the outside, tested it, seems like it's her blood. That is blood of Susan Dillon, right?
Yes, sir.
You cut through the jeans to take the sample, you got some DNA, then seems to match. Now, it seems like you were doing two kinds of tests. One sounds like a test where we say, yes, we think it is this particular person with a good degree of certainty. You said, the statistics say that us randomly getting this person would be unlikely, larger than the number of people.
Yes, sir.
And then the other type of testing, only for men, doesn't tell you whether it is a particular person. It tells you, but it can tell you that it's probably not a particular person. Is that fair to say?
So you are correct. There were two separate tests done on the same cutting from the genes. The first test was the traditional DNA testing that people think of, and that did the DNA profile that I obtained matched Susan Dillow. Then I took that same sample and did the YSTR testing, which was specific for male DNA that was present. And the way the male DNA testing works is each generation, the male Y chromosome is passed intact. So that's why the Y chromosome DNA profile will be the same with you, your dad, your grandfather, your son, because it's being passed full through each generation. So that is why I can't say it's just Terrence Brazil, because the YSTR profile for Terrence Brazil will be the same with his son, his dad, his grandfather, unless there's been a mutation. I can say when doing a comparison that Michael Dillow was excluded because his DNA profile did not match the DNA profile that I obtained.
Now, regarding Michael Dillow, you used another word, an unrelated person in the population. I think that's when you're doing that first type of DNA test where you're trying to pin down who it is.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Why does it matter whether, say, Mr. Dillow is related to his mother? What difference does that make?
So with our statistical calculations, they are based on someone not being related. if you are related to someone, your DNA is going to be more alike than a unrelated person. So like I said earlier, you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. So my DNA is going to be very similar to my mother's DNA or to my father's DNA. So that is why the statistic, that principle is based on someone being unrelated to the individual or to the DNA profile that was obtained.
If Michael Dillo is the biological child of Susan Dillo, would that mean half of his DNA is the same as hers?
Yes, it would.
The genes you found, well, you didn't find them, but you were given them,
Yes, sir.
the waistband. You tested that, no blood, but you tested it with some sort of swab yourself, right?
I did. I take a swab, which is just a stick with cotton on one end, and I wet that swab, and then I swab the inside of the waistband to collect any sort of cells that might be present.
And did I get right that there was a minor inconclusive profile contributing to the genes?
It was a mixture of at least two individuals. Terrence Brazil was consistent, the major contributor was consistent with Terrence Brazil. There was a minor profile, but it was so limited that I could not make any sort of comparisons.
The knife was her blood, but you could not figure out who the other person's material was.
That's correct. There was not a YSPR profile that was generated that could be used for comparison purposes.
Same thing with the towel, her blood, and an inconclusive male. So that would be the towel from bathroom 2. And if I'm saying it wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
About towel from bathroom 2, her blood, and an inconclusive male profile.
No, for the towel from bathroom 2, which was my exhibit 9A, there was a partial YSTR profile that was consistent with Terrence
That
Brazil.
was Mr. Brazil.
Yes, sir.
The washcloth, inconclusive male. I think you did a second test on the washcloth, and it was Mr. Brazil's.
No, for the washcloth, Michael Dillo could be excluded, but I couldn't make any sort of comparison to Terrence Brazil because I didn't have enough information to say for sure whether it was him or not.
The carpet stain.
Are you referring to marker number 1?
Let me ask it this way. I have carpets in my house. Is people's DNA, if you live in a house, is it likely to be in our carpets?
Yes, sir.
Is it like, if you're living in a house using towels and washcloths and clothes, carpets, couches and stuff, would it be expected that your DNA would be pretty much everywhere if you test enough?
I would consider that a possibility depending on your habits of washing items and things like that, that your DNA would be present in your house on things like couches and towels and items like that.
Did I hear right that the only DNA that you found of Michael Dillo that you're sure is his was on the couch arm?
It was on one of the arm covers of the couch, yes.
Did they tell you which side of the couch it was?
Let me check that. The couch arm cover that had the profile from Michael Dillo on the submittal form was listed as 2 of 2. I'm not sure if the notes from the crime scene members would have information as far as what side which one came from. I can look in my notes as well and see if there was additional information on the packaging if you'd like.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Crouch.
Just to clarify, when we're talking about YSTR and exclusion and inclusion of people, and the defendant specifically, you're saying that you can't exclude his son or anybody in his direct line or lineage?
That's correct, unless there's been a mutation. And in order to exclude those people, I would have to have standards from them to be able to see if there's been a mutation in any of the areas that we look at.
But you've testified on YSTR, numerous of these exhibits. It's your opinion as the expert that it is the defendant's DNA.
Yes, there were many exhibits that were consistent with Terrence Brazil.
And again, based on this YSTR test, if it were not him, it would be either his granddad or son or somebody in his direct lineage.
That would be my expectation. Again, YSTRs are not as, they're inherited whole, so you don't get as much variability between people. So typically they're going to have some sort of common male ancestor that would then pass that YSTR, the Y chromosome, on from generation to generation.
The defense asked if it would be common to find the DNA residents in the carpet. I think your answer was yes.
That's a possibility, yes.
So would you expect to find DNA of other residents on other items such as the couch?
I would expect that, yes.
And can DNA hang around for a while?
It can. I cannot tell you how long DNA is present on the sample. I can just tell you that that DNA is present. I can't tell you when it was deposited. That's not something that my testing can say. It's the age of something.
If Michael Dillo had previously lived at this residence, would you expect to find his DNA?
I would, yes. That would be something that I would expect.
And I want to now show you what we've been referring to as 13-1, which is an exhibit that you tested. This photo has previously been moved as an exhibit, and we've heard testimony. This is a photograph from his bathroom shower. I'm specifically, specifically going to refer you to 13-1. Is this what was tested?
I just tested the swabs that were collected. It was identified as from marker 13-1, and based on this image, I would make that assumption that that would be the stain that was swabbed, and that those swabs were then submitted to me for testing.
So we have what appears to be blood on a shower wall labeled as 13-1. You tested it, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant's DNA was in there.
Yes, I believe so.
And so was Miss Dillo's.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Clemens?
Like the jeans and the carpet, if someone is living in a house and taking showers regularly, and somebody else leaves a blood smear, you take a swipe off that shower, are you likely to have both people's on there, the person whose blood it is and whoever has been taking showers in there lately?
Something like a shower, I wouldn't necessarily think that would be as common, just because there is water involved in the shower, and I would expect that a lot of the DNA would be potentially being rinsed away each time a shower is taken. So, you know, something like a shower, I wouldn't necessarily expect as much DNA from the residents to be present as I might like a couch or carpet, something that maybe isn't cleaned as regularly or exposed to water as regularly.
Less likely that DNA will linger in a shower for very long if water has been run since the DNA was put there. Is that what you're saying?
I would say so, yeah.
Same as if I clean a carpet, I'm more likely to get rid of my DNA, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Crouch?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Let's take a 15-minute recess.
All right.
we ready?
Yes, sir. Judge, we'll be recalling Agent Looney. After that, we'll be Arnie, we're going to show images, should probably not be published. YouTube.
Right.
Just think-
We will not show them on YouTube then. You want to bring the jury in? If we unmuted that computer by saying. No, I want it unmuted.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Crouch, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, state recalls Agent Looney.
Agent Looney, if you'll come back to the stand. I will remind you, you've been previously sworn and your testimony will continue to be under oath.
Agent Looney, in your interview with Mr. Brazil, didn't he say he didn't have any family here
Yes, sir.
and only had 2 children? And they were in California.
Yes, sir.
He hadn't seen them, didn't have any contact with them.
That's correct.
And in your investigation, did you determine at some point that Michael Dillo was living at 154 Commissary Hall Road?
Yes, sir. He
Yes,
agreed.
Your Honor, calls for speculation, lack of personal knowledge of your statement.
Well, sustain it until you lay a foundation for his knowledge.
Did you make inquiry as to whether Michael Dillo was living at the residence at the time?
At the time of the homicide?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And what did you discover?
That he did not
Objection,
live.
Your Honor. Lack of foundation, lack of personal knowledge, speculation.
Those are 3 different bases, but we will sustain the objection until you lay a foundation to demonstrate how he's obtained that information.
What steps did you take to determine that Michael Dillo no longer lived at 154 Commissary Hall Road?
We were in, through the investigation, we learned that Mr. Dillo was in Indiana. Contacted the Indiana State Police.
Objection, Your Honor.
What rules?
We contacted the Indiana State Police and asked them to make contact with individuals that Mr. Dillo was currently residing with, or had been residing with in Indiana. At his established address at the time of the homicide.
And what did you find out?
That he-
Objection, Your Honor. Knew that this would be double hearsay.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Dillo living with Mr. Brazil and Miss Dillo at the time of the homicide?
No, he was not.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. Question was as to his knowledge.
To your knowledge, was he living there a month prior?
I believe it was around a month and a half prior to my knowledge that he was living at 154 Commissary Hall Road.
No further questions, Judge. Pass away.
Clemens, you were cross-examined.
You say that to your knowledge, Michael Dillo had not lived there for a month and a half.
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, Michael Dillow's DNA was found on the couch at the scene, right next to her dead body. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, according to the, well, I want to rephrase my answer for you. To my knowledge, the DNA of Michael Dillow was found on the chair next to the couch.
Were you out of the room when the DNA expert testified?
No, sir, I was in here.
The couch covers,
Yes, sir.
there were two of them. Do you know who got those couch covers for her, or which side of the couch they were on?
We've got those for who?
For the DNA, the lady that tested the DNA, we found Michael Dillow's DNA on the couch.
Do I know who collected those? No, sir, I do not. I'm not aware which TBI representative collected those.
And you say he had 2 or 3 children?
I'm referring to what he stated on the interview video was,
Do you have any idea whether he was telling the truth about that?
I have not verified that past this statement.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, all agents. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Carney.
If you raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
That where you
Good afternoon. Will you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Dr. Aaron Carney. Last name is Carney.
And Dr. Carney, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Forensic pathologist. And what is that?
So forensic pathology is a branch of medicine that applies to the law. It's my job to determine the cause and manner of death in deaths that fall under medical examiner jurisdiction. So these are deaths that are sudden and unexpected in someone with no medical history, or that occur under violent or suspicious circumstances.
And how do you become a forensic pathologist?
Well, I earned my Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. I earned a Doctor of Medicine degree from Vanderbilt University School of Medicine. I completed residency in anatomic and clinical pathology from the Johns Hopkins Hospital and a forensic pathology fellowship at the State of Maryland Office of Chief Medical Examiner.
And in your career, how many autopsies have you?
Over 3,000.
Over 3,000?
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, the defense and I stipulated to moving Dr. Carney's CV as the next exhibit.
Well, you want to select exhibit in order.
I would also move Dr. Carney as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Any objection, Mr.
No, Your Honor.
She will be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
And Dr. Carney, you were assigned to perform an autopsy in this particular case, is that correct?
That's correct.
How does, there's a team of medical examiners, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you just randomly get selected to perform an autopsy, or how does that?
So I'm assigned to be on autopsy on certain days of the month. Every day there's 2 physicians who are on service. And so we will divide the work for the day, and I was on service the day that Ms. Dillow came to the office.
And let's talk more specifically about the autopsy of Ms. Dillow. When you perform an autopsy, can you kind of categorize areas and things that you do to explain your findings?
I do.
All right, and can you explain that to the jury?
So an autopsy consists of 2 parts. There's an external examination and an internal examination. On the external examination, I'm looking at the outside of the body. We measure the weight of the body, the length of the body on the table, so close to what they would have been height and life. Hair color, eye color, and then I'm looking for injuries or evidence of disease on the outside of the body that might help explain why this person died. Then we do an internal examination, which starts with a wide incision on the chest and abdomen to reflect the skin and soft tissue, so I can see the ribs, the 3 injuries there. We cut through those ribs and take
the chest plate off, if you will, so I can see the internal organs, look for any blood, body fluids that don't belong in those areas, and then look at each organ to look for evidence of disease or injury. And then lastly, we'll do an incision on the head and reflect the scalp forward, look for any bruising on the scalp, injury to the skull, and then saw through that skull so I can see the brain. So look at that as well.
Thank you. In this particular case, do you know the age and weight of Ms. Dillo?
Miss Dillo is 61 years old, and she is 202.5 pounds.
And when did you receive the body for autopsy?
Well, I did the autopsy on October 21st. She likely arrived at the office on the 20th.
And what were the pathologic diagnosis?
So pathologic diagnoses, or my overall diagnosis for Miss Dillo, are sharp force injuries. She also had ecchymoses, which are bruises, and abrasions or scrapes of the head, torso, chest and abdomen, and upper extremity, her arms. And then she also had an enlarged heart and some nephrosclerosis or granular venous.
And when you are conducting an autopsy, do you typically use a diagram and make some notations on the diagram?
I do.
If I can refer your attention to the screen. Does this appear to be the diagram that you used in conducting the autopsy of Ms. Dillo?
Yes.
And if you need a close-up version, I have that. Do you have one? Oh, great. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what these markings are, please?
Yes. So some of these markings have a word next to it, so I'll explain what that is. And then some of them have letters. So Miss Dillo has multiple sharp force injuries. So those are stab wounds or cutting wounds on her body. So I usually start from the head, work my way down, and I start with A. So you'll see there's an A and then two little lines that go to markings on her upper chest. Those are two stab wounds. Would you like me to describe what happened?
Yes, please.
Okay. So a sharp object entered her body at each of those stab wounds. The first one injured the pulmonary trunk, which is the large artery that comes out of the right side of the heart to take blood to the lungs so it can be oxygenated. It also injures the aorta, which is the largest artery in the body. It comes out of the left side of the heart to provide the rest of the body with oxygenated blood. The depth from that first stab wound down to the aorta was approximately 4 inches. So whatever the sharp object was, it was at least that long. The second wound, the sharp object went through and fractured her second rib and again hit the pulmonary trunk, that artery that comes out of the right side of the heart to go to the lungs. And that one was at least 4.5 inches in the length of the wound path. Then we go to B, and so her first ones were up here on the top of the chest. The next one is over a little further towards the midline. That one goes through the left third rib, and the injury is to the left lung, the top of the left lung. So her left lung was stabbed through and was bleeding, and that was about 2 inches in depth. And then there are 4 wounds on the left side of the chest that I've kind of collectively called C, because they're all very close together. Those wounds injure the left lung again and the fourth rib. So there were 4 different defects in the upper lobe of the left lung under where those 4 wounds are. And those wound paths range from 1 inch to 2.5 inches. And then D is more over a little further. So more midline of the chest. So it's kind of right in the middle on her diagram. That wound path goes through the diaphragm, the liver. It grazes the heart without going into the ventricles of the heart where the blood sits. It just kind of hurts the muscle. And then it hits the aorta again. And then from all of these wounds, we ended up collecting 720 milliliters of blood from the right chest cavity, so blood around the lung, and 760 milliliters of blood around the left lung. You shouldn't have blood around your lungs. It makes it hard for your lungs to expand. That fluid's in the way. So she's bleeding out of her lungs, out of her aorta, out of her heart, into her chest. Collectively, that's about 1.5 liters. We typically have about 5 liters of blood in an adult body, so about 2.5 of like 2-liter Coke bottles full of blood. And so 3/4 of one of those is now in her chest instead of in her arteries and veins and heart tissue. So that's all the injuries to the chest. Then we get into injuries of the arms and forearm. So E is a stab wound of the left arm, and you can see there's actually 2 wounds. There's one on the outside and one on the inside. The one on the outside is the entrance wound. And the sharp object goes through the arm and actually exits out the other side of her arm and hits her chest as well. Because it's kind of right where it's connected. So that's about 6 3/4 inches in depth to go all the way through the arm into the side of the chest. It doesn't go into the chest cavity, it just goes to the arm and then into the muscle of the left side of the chest. And then she has a wound on the, I'm going to skip ahead to the wound of the right arm. So if you look, that's actually G. We're going to go back to that in a minute. So to G, that's a stab wound of the right arm. And that one goes about 2 inches into the skin and soft tissue, so into the muscle of the arm. Now F, there are several cutting wounds you can see. There's a big gaping wound, the back of her right forearm, and then there's some smaller wounds as well. These are defensive cutting wound injuries where she has tried to deflect the blade. These are into the skin and soft tissue of the forearm. One of them, it actually goes to a depth of, let's see, some of them are very small, but will go into the skin, but one goes to a depth of 1.5 inches, and it actually exposes the muscle. But the rest of them are just in the skin only, or skin and soft tissue. And of course, these are bloody, so she's bleeding from those wounds. And then finally, she does have some other injuries that I mentioned, and you can see on your diagram. There's an ecchymosis or bruise on her frontal scalp. There are bruising ecchymoses on her arms and her left forearm. And then she's also got an abrasion or scrape with a surrounding bruise on her right breast. And then she's got some little punctate, little small scrapes of the skin that might have been from the tip of whatever this was that she was stabbed with. And then she has a little abrasion or scrape on the left side of her belly.
Thank you. I'll move a copy of the diagram as the state's next exhibit, please. And Dr. Carney, can you identify the next item, please?
So this is a photograph of the name tag that we put on her right ankle when she came to our office.
And what's the purpose of that?
So every person who comes to our office gets a unique medical examiner case number. That's an MEC number. So that's specific only to Ms. Dillow. And so this identifies her as this particular case number and this name.
Move a copy of this image as the next exhibit, please. Dr. Carney, part of the autopsy are nail clippings taken?
They can be when requested, yes.
And I would now ask you to look at the next image, please. And Dr. Carney, you've already given some testimony about wounds to the arm.
Yes.
Can you describe what we're seeing in this image?
So you can see the arm on the outside of the left arm. That was that stab wound that I mentioned goes through the arm. And you can see right there in the curve of the arm where that's the exit point for that one. The one that the label is just under, that's that large defensive wound on the back of her forearm that I mentioned. It goes through, you can see her muscle there in the depth of it. So it's cut all the way through the skin and connective tissue and fat to expose that muscle. And there's several more, you can see cutting wounds on the forearm, those defensive type injuries going into the skin or skin and soft tissue.
And Dr. Carney, how do you distinguish between a defensive wound such as what you just described and cutting wounds or the chest injuries?
So the wounds on the chest, they're stabbing pretty deep down into the chest and also into the abdomen. Defensive wounds are ones on the arms, forearms, sometimes even legs. If the person's on the ground and trying to lift their arms or legs. And it's usually on the back. It can also be on the, what we would call the front, where they're just trying to deflect the sharp object from hitting them. So it's usually on the arms and legs where we see that.
Move a copy of this photo to the next exhibit, please. And I have one more photograph to show Dr. Carney. Here we kind of see an overall view, is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk specifically about what we see in center, chest, abdomen, and upper part of chest and shoulder.
Okay.
Can you describe those? I have a photo that you can go by.
All right. So you can see kind of a red ovoid wound right here in the middle for chest, kind of just below the breast. That's one of the wounds that we were talking about that hit the liver, the heart, the aorta. So that's a stab wound we were talking about earlier. There's another stab wound up here, just on the inside upper where the left breast is, and you can see the little dots kind of leading down from it. Those were the little, almost like little punctate scrapes of the skin where maybe the tip of the object hit her that didn't enter into her chest. So you get the stab wound there on the left side of the chest. And then you can see several up there on the left side of the chest. So the two at the top were the first two we talked about in that A wound path. And then the four kind of all together that we talked about were C. And then the B is the one I was telling you about that's just above the left breast. And then we talk about one in the middle. We've already looked at the ones on the arm in the other picture, but you can also see it on the right arm where she's got the bruise and then she's got the stab wound below that red wound that's on the outside of the right arm.
I'll move that photograph as the next exhibit, please. Dr. Carney, under the pathologic diagnoses, you'd already talked about the sharp force injuries. You noted also that she had an enlarged heart, is that correct?
She did.
Did that contribute to her death in any way?
No.
In this particular case, what was the cause of Ms. Dillow's death
Sharp force injury,
and the manner of the death?
homicide.
And if you would please identify this document.
This is a copy of my autopsy report.
Thank you. And I'll move that as the state's next exhibit. And I'll pass the witness.
Let me go across the examiner.
Dr. Carney?
Hi.
Is there any medical or scientific test that could give us an idea of when she died? Further questions? Sure.
Any further questions? Thank you, doctor. We'll release you from your subpoena and you may go about your business. Thank you. Mr. Crouch or Mr. Hall, you may call your next witness.
May we approach?
No. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess or a recess again to allow the state to try to locate a particular witness. And then it depends on whether or not we're able to get a hold of that witness today, that we'll go forward with that witness. If not, we'll have to come back in the morning. But if you'll be patient with us, then we will, either way, we'll be finishing this case tomorrow as far as we know. So if you'll step back into the jury room, then we'll go ahead and see if we can locate this particular individual. Counsel, I think Mr. Kenny has given you a copy of the proposed final charge. I just wanted you to look at it and, you know, while we have some time, give a look at it. I realize that the one provision that would change would be your decision about whether or not to put on any proof from your client. So we have that in bolded so it can be removed if he doesn't testify. And then if you'll take a look at that, then we'll go forward. And she's also attached a copy of the verdict form. Could you give that to them as well? So the verdict forms that we usually use will be a part of that as well. So take a minute to look at that if you can. All right, stand in recess and we go back from the state about the work. Board's back in session. Proceed to come to order. All right, we're ready for the jury to be brought in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we were unsuccessful in getting our witness for this afternoon, but we're going to have that witness here in the morning along with the state's last witness. So we expect the state to rest their proof in the morning fairly early, and then we'll proceed with anything else that might take place. I would remind you, we're going to adjourn for the day, but I would remind you that my instructions, do not talk about the case, do not try to do any research about it, don't try to read anything about it. And just let you think about something else until tomorrow morning. So we'll see you back here at about 8:45 in the morning, and we'll hopefully conclude this case tomorrow. All right, thank you. You're free to go until then. Anybody have any objections to the final charge draft that we've given you, other than the section about the defendants testifying, which we'll have to wait until tomorrow to determine?
I haven't had a chance to look at it.
It's fairly standard stuff, but just the only thing I can imagine that you would have any question about are the lesser included offenses, and those all fall under the first degree murder, and those are the statutory or the case law required lesser included. In addition to that, does anyone wish to have any additional charge in there about the defendant's dress for court? I put it in the original charge. I don't really see any reason that we would need to have it in there. I think having another instruction would simply call attention to it and reinforce that. All right, then through, just make sure you look at it tonight, and so first thing in the morning before we get started, if there are any changes, let us know. And then of course you have the night to talk to your client about what his plans are regarding. But my understanding is that the only proof you would put on, if you put on any, would be the defendant testifying, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And we will stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
All rise.
Yeah.